Hey, we're live. Coming in right around 10:10. And I'm very excited. Oh, it looks like we do have Alexander the Ganga Shaman here, which is great because we wanted him to be here tonight. Um, okay, great. I am thrilled. So, hello, I am D Ocean, and this is D Ocean's Deep Woo. And tonight we're going to have a special guest, Alexander the Ganja Shaman, and he's going to give us all the numbers for, I guess, August, the rest of August, and a little bit beyond, which is very cool. And he is very knowledgeable. If you haven't heard him before, you're going to love it. And oh my goodness. I think the Mercury retrograde, we must be in the window of it. We must be in the orb of it because things are already beginning to malfunction and do weird stuff. My garbage disposal completely disattached itself from the sink and made a mess all over the floor. But the cool thing is I'm renting, so I don't have to fix it. Yay. They have to fix it. So, hey, hello. How you doing? Okay, let's see who all is here. We have Michelle Canafree, Alexander the Ganja Shaman, James Ortiz, Witch Moon, Chloe. Um, yeah, okay. Already. Witch Moon. And there is Alexander. Not my no but what? Huh? What are you talking about, Chloe? Oh my goodness, Chloe is something else. She's quite a character. Well, you're all characters. You know what? We're all characters in here. Let's just face it, we are. I love you all. You're so cool. You're so cool. All of you. Okay, so just came back from over at McLovin's place. It was very interesting discussion. And we might bring some of that into here. So if you know anybody who is over there and kind of feels like they need somewhere to go, invite them because we're probably going to be talking about a lot of similar stuff. Hey, we'll just keep talking about it. What the heck? um, okay, so I have Mistimabo. Mistimabo? Is that, oh, that's another language. What? Okay. I don't know that language, but okay. Project Skyfalls. Hi, how are you doing? Okay, so I'm going to let Alexander have time to find his way. Uh, okay, let me get the guest link up. Yay. And put it in chat so that Alex can come up. Wait a minute, let me get this right. Okay, there you go. And there you go, there's the link. I'm going to put on the intro and let people come in before we really get started into it and give Alex a chance to hit that link and come on in. And so, Alex, all you got to do is hit that link and you'll be backstage. I'm going to run the promo in the meantime. Okay, and we're back. Hope you have your hair done. Where's Alex? Alex, you need to click that link if you're coming in. You just click the link and you'll be back here. Oh, you there? Oh dear. I hope we haven't lost Alex again. Why are we having so much trouble scheduling this show? Why? Uh, this has been the hardest show to get to happen. And I don't know why. He says he wants to come in, and there's always some kind of thing. It's so weird, man. Anybody else want to come in and talk for a while we're waiting on Alex? And whatever happened to Alex? Oh, did he not get the link in the mail? Maybe he didn't get his mail. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. It's been one thing after another. But that's the way it is. You know what? No use getting bent out of shape about it. It's just the way it is. Um, the planets start doing their little dances backwards, and we start having issues trying to get things done. uh, oh, okay. That means he didn't get it in the mail. So something screwed up in the mail. Oh, brother. Well, yeah, I did drop it in chat. Yeah, he didn't get it in the mail. Well, who knows why he didn't get it in the mail? Lost in the ether, I guess. Um, wouldn't surprise me. It's not the first time. I've also not gotten stuff people have sent me in my email. Yeah, that's another thing, internet issues. Like I said, if anybody else wants to click that link and come in and talk for a little bit, you're welcome to do that too. For a minute here. There he is. Yay, we got it going now. Oh, thank goodness. Hi.
Having problem with the connection.
Yeah, well, Mercury's fixing to go into retrograde. So
When?
we're in the orb already. We're in the retrograde orb already of Mercury. So
Oh,
yeah. So,
I know.
I'm expecting stuff to happen, but stuff has
Oh,
been happening anyway. So anyway, here's Alex. He's really brilliant with numbers. So let's hear what he's got to say. What you got, Alex?
well, good evening, everybody. Yes, this month has been a very, how you say, emotional month because it's a sixth universal month, and we just came out of the new moon, and this month we have also the two full moons at the end and no, at the beginning and at the end. So it was a very emotional month. With the six has to do with your relationship wise. How are you with your relationship? Your responsibility, nurture. Are you taking care of yourself? Is your life in balance? All those things are coming forward. You know, and with September, now we're going into September. There's a lot of people gonna start feeling the energy. September is going to be the highest energy of the year, because
Wow.
we're all in a seven universal year. and then September will be a seven universal month. So the seven is double. The energy is double in September. So that's why
I'm
it's the high.
careful because my life path is 7.
Sorry?
For me, it's going to be huge. My life path is 7.
Yes, yes, I can see that. Maybe seven has to do also with wisdom, deeper learning. So maybe you're gonna get some knowledge, introspective on things that you haven't seen before. Now you're seeing from another perspective. I can see a lot of people gonna have, yeah, like a spiritual awakening in
Ooh,
September. Also with things coming out from the dark that people were unaware of, and now they're seeing it like, oh, I didn't know it was like that. So they're gonna yeah, a lot. I can see a lot of people having spiritual awakening. If the seven is all
well,
about doing the inner work, working on self, deeper learning, um, yeah, your self worth, uh, going out into the nature, grounding, working on your doing some spiritual practice. All has to do with the seven, and also things from the dark coming to the light. And we're seeing a lot of people this year. A lot of people have been being exposed for their uh, for what they've been doing behind the scenes. So a lot more of that is gonna come out. So you
yeah,
can say the cabal people are getting a bit desperate. That's why they're doing a lot of things to keep the fear in state. But everything that they're doing is gonna be backfiring on them. I heard a lot of from different sources, which I think now it could be it seems true because what they give that Jesus, for example, was born on the 25th of December, which is the pagan day, is not correct. But I understand now is that Jesus actually was, or Joshua was actually born September 11th. That's the date that Joshua was born. So yeah, it's a highly spiritual month. And now you're saying also with the how you say Mercury retrograde. So and then we're going into that period. So Mercury retrograde is gonna fall completely then with the September energy then. So it's gonna be triggering things coming out, you know?
that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
yeah.
It's going to be like,
Oh,
boom, boom, wow. Yeah.
so to come over this period, grounding and doing the spiritual work, meditating is key. That is key. Working on self, doing the self reflection, looking at things that trigger you, why they trigger you, have you overcome them, things like that to for self growth. Everything that has to do with self growth because
Ooh.
yeah, how you say October and November is gonna be also very interesting because what happened in um how you say October is gonna be like a preview for next year because next year we're gonna be in an 8 year. And it's all about the material empowerment, standing in your power, the financial state, wealth. Um, so it's gonna be so I'm seeing this year in October is something also with the market is gonna happen. So I wouldn't be focusing or playing
I'm
with
sure.
the market is fully manipulated, and that's gonna be visible, I think, in this coming September
It
with the
looks
end.
like it's going to fall to me, if you ask
Yes,
me.
it's
It
gonna
looks
fall.
like something's going to go, and that may be what it is.
Yeah, I think something's gonna happen. Seems like something's gonna happen with the market, and it's gonna be like a preview for next year. So you can expect also next year the whole maybe system, the banking system, to collapse for the new to come. Everything that's happening is going according to the divine plan to for the awakening for humanity and for the new to come. The old has to crash for the new to come. So basically, no fear, grounding, working on self, and what your heart desire. What do you always wanted to do with your hobby? Um, th- that's thing that you have to, go look within yourself these oncoming months, you know, because it will come to manifestation next year. So, oh yeah,
Woo.
also has to do with manifesting. We have to stand in our power to bring what we want in this reality.
I'm excited.
Yes.
I'm very excited about that. I have some things. I have had some readings that's telling me that what I want wants me too. What I'm looking for is looking for me. So next month might be the month that I find that. But I'm not exactly sure what she meant by that. But she said whatever it is. Well, there's several things I've been looking for, but we'll see. You know. Um, so you're saying that it's going to be a time, and we have been releasing things. We've been doing a lot of emotional releasing because of the way things have been. We've been clearing and cleaning out our past, our emotional stuff. I mean, Venus going retrograde is all about sensuality and emotions. We have been we've been clearing and cleaning, and we've also been. I have had a very strong urge to feather my nest and decorate, and that's why I have this beautiful tapestry behind me and everything. And I have been, yeah, having this feeling like I really want to get my place beautiful. So I know that's how it's affecting me, and that's probably got something to do with my. Um, that would be uh, probably my Cancer moon because Cancer's with the housing and stuff. But I don't know. But anyway, if Heather were here, she'd probably have it all broken down for us. But she's not here right now. If anybody knows where Heather is, maybe you could tell her we're on. She hasn't been on very much on media very much, so maybe she doesn't even know. But anyway, so tell us, Alexander, in all of that, you say, okay, so this month has been kind of a roller coaster for a lot of people. So are we going to go on like the Big Dipper next?
Um, Sadly to say, yes, more and more things are gonna come out. At the end of it, the world is gonna be different. Let me put it that way, because next year we're gonna go into a 3 year transformation cycle, which is 2024, 25, and 26. It's the 8, 9, and 1. At like we have the personal year number. Each person has a personal year number that runs from 1 to 9. That's the sequence in numerology, 1 to 9. So when you finish the 9, when you come to 9, you go back to the 1. Now at the ending of that cycle, the from the 8, 9, 1 is called a transformation cycle. So in that cycle, you're gonna go through about standing in your inner power and letting things go that no longer serve you, for you to um, prepare for the new, to get on the new, your mission, you can say, on the new start. So that's what's going to happen with the world. For us to get there, we have to let go of the old and standing on our power. So by standing on our power, it's going to be requiring us to be aware of really what's happening around, so it doesn't happen anymore. So there's a lot of people in the manipulative state or fear state that are afraid to speak out and say what other people might say or think about them. We have to come out of that state. So what's happening with the energy is pushing the whole world to stand up in their power, so it doesn't happen again. So I and the elite, I know they're gonna push more and more things, but all of them that they're gonna be doing is gonna be exposing more of themselves. That's all for the awakening. So yeah, I cannot say that's gonna be lasting. I will be lying. I know there's a lot more things that's gonna happen, but just no fear. It's just for the awakening process. That's all.
Mhm. I really feel like, well, to me, what you're saying is extremely positive because we really need people to wake up to what's going on. and see what's actually going on. There's still a lot of people lagging behind, and they still
Yes,
haven't caught on. And
that's
how
why
much has to happen, you know? I mean, you're sitting here and you're going, those of us who have been awake for a long time watching all this have been going, my gosh, does the tree, that does the house have to fall on them? Well, to let them know that it,
in some
something.
in some way, yes. I see, like on this planet, a lot of people need to learn the hard way. You know, so that's why I
Yeah.
see that there is a big chance. There's something gonna pop up in September for the awakening of that a lot of people gonna have the spiritual awakening. It's already happening, actually. This already I see a lot of people are questioning stuff. For example, of the Hollywood and the film that came out, Sound of Freedom. Why so many cinema were like blocking it so people don't see it. So that was I say a sign because it came on the 4th of July, freedom, um, and it came on that date. So for me, that was a divine sign. Start with the awakening for the things that's happening in the dark come to the light. Now the people are getting to, oh, there's a big business of human trafficking happening on this planet they weren't aware of. But it goes deeper because what I understand, the guy last um, I say that made the Sound of Freedom, they're making a part two, and that's what I heard is gonna evolve Ukraine. Well, Mel Gibson is working on the one of Ukraine also, but the part two, what I heard is gonna be evolved Haiti, Haiti, or we call it Haiti, but Haiti has been involved deeply in that with the Obamas and Hillary Clinton. So I'm pretty sure something is gonna come out of them in the mainstream from Obama and Hillary Clinton.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And
They
more
better
and more,
protect themselves. Those are people who, have a tendency to kind of eliminate their detractors.
oh yeah, yes, yes. But it's not. It's gonna come to a stop. It's gonna come to a stop. That I know for sure. Because a lot of people are like what you said, that people that were investigating her, for example, that mysteriously passed away. I think it's about 50 now, 53 or something that were investigating her. So that I saw a lot of people are questioning that and talking about that. So it's not that they can do things as easy as they did 10, 20, 30 years ago. Now people start to question their the same with the Obama chef that mysteriously passed away. And now people went to look deeper, and Clinton had also one that passed away. So everything that they do now is putting the eyes of the world on it, and people are doing more digging and finding out more things in the past they have done. So yeah, it's a time of revealing, And this year also in the Chinese astrology, we're in the rabbit year, and it's the year of longevity, uh, prosperity, and hope. Year of hope also. So we have to have that hope energy, and with the spiritual energy, everything coming to the light. So it's hope. We have hope. We have to have that hope and faith and willpower to continue going forward because things are changing. Things are changing. I'm seeing it because more than 10 years ago, it wasn't like that. You know, people were really asleep. But now there's still a lot of sleep, but you can see a difference right now. You can see clearly a difference. So yeah,
Well,
that is
I was
sorry.
told like 10 years ago that even those of us who thought we were awake and thought we knew something, that we were going to be still going to be deeply shocked by some of the stuff that would come up. And uh, so far, it has been pretty wild in the last 10 years. Actually, in the last few years, it has been wild what we've learned, but I got a feeling it's not over. Uh, we're going to have even wilder things yet. And I don't know if I can be exactly shocked anymore, but I think there are still even some surprises on the horizon for us
Yeah,
because, mhm.
what they have planned, what they under well, next year is going to be something else. Next year is going to be next level, but I think this year is not going to end with something happening. But next year, I think they're going to evolve maybe the um, fake alien invasion, alien thought. They're already starting to pull that out. They admitted that alien exists, what I knew from a long time because that's the first subject I studied, look into was the aliens with the governments and all that. So I know they exist. They've been working together for a long time, and they have craft too, which they reverse engineer. A lot of their craft are reverse engineered. Although there's two ones that I know. One came out, but not a lot of people know about it. It's called the CR3B. It works on some type of nuclear energy, goes very fast, triangle shape. That
Oh, I
that's
see
one
them
of
around here all the time,
yeah, that's one of the
hiding behind the
government.
clouds. Mhm.
Oh yeah, yeah, they can
Oh, yeah.
cloak too. I think they have the cloak technology. Yeah,
Yep,
and
they're
they
anti-grav, stealth, and all that. They like to hide behind clouds, but you can see very. That's why I say if you want to see them, go out around sunset. The way that the light bends, it'll start to throw light behind them, and you can see them through the clouds. And um, they also, I guess, there are some of them that also throw plasma around them, and so the clouds will be too bright. But you can see them; they're right in our sky. I mean, they're up there most of the time. I see them all the time up there. I mean, most of the times when I go out, if I'm out at sunset, you can catch one or two at least. Sometimes a whole sky full of them. So we definitely have that technology, and I think what you're talking about is it's going to become obvious now, maybe to people that that is what's happening. That this isn't all somebody from another planet, and that will be shocking because we've already entertained the idea that this is not all from this is not all. First of all, this is real. Something's going on, really going on. The second of all, that it may or may not be from another planet, might actually be from under the sea. Third of all, we've already been hit with the fact that we've got this technology, we've got anti grav. Um, what do you think this is going to do to people who have been asleep all this time? How do you think they're going to feel? Like
well,
they've been.
I don't know. I think it's going to be a big shock for them for sure. They're going to be in a state of not knowing what to believe. I think because, for example, I my father has like knowledge, information based what he got from the Second World War that Hitler apparently died in a bunker and he had a dog and the dog knew some shit. I don't know where he got that information. But anyway, I told him about that Hitler wasn't actually Hitler escaped. Hitler didn't kill Hitler. He escaped to Argentina and they had a base in Antarctica, which well, to people to understand first, well, you have to go to Operation Paperclip to explain how the war went because the war didn't win as people thought it would. And then I told him about the Operation High Jump with flying saucer attacking the U.S. Navy, which was commanded by General Byrd, of Admiral Byrd. Um, but he couldn't believe that. A lot of people on the story itself that only involve humans with advanced technology, they're not gonna believe that. So I don't know with the aliens, it's gonna be on another level for them because he didn't believe the Operation Hydra when I told him that they had to retreat and that Hitler and the Nazi got anti-gravity technology from the 1930s already. Um, they didn't believe that. So yeah, yeah, I don't know where to gonna start with them, but you have to start somewhere with them. You know, I told them don't. The first thing is don't panic. Just know everything is designed, and maybe start with them at small. Yes, the government works people don't even know about the Bilderberg Group, for example, that they have meeting each year. All the high stakes of the people of the country, banks, news media, oil company, car company meet together each year. So maybe that's where the people should start is with that before going into the aliens. But yeah, with the things the way are going now, I think the information is gonna come fast to people. So I don't know how they're gonna react. You know, I've been studying this a long time into this. It started with me at 9 with the alien abduction and things, and then I got into the alien and the technology with the alternative energy and the electrical car. And then I got to David Icke with the reptilians when he presented the good presentation called "The Lying Sleep No More," and it went deep with the I say the
David
universal,
Icke, yeah.
yeah, David Icke with the Earth history and the reptilians and the royal family and all that and the media. So yeah,
Lady Spellbreaker asks, Alex, what do you think about the 9-9 being the actual Lionsgate? Could the
the
9-9 actually be the real Lionsgate, is what she's saying.
um, it could be. I cannot tell you information about that. The because a lot of people go on the 8-8 being the Lion's Gate, right? So could be that the 9-9 is the Dragon's Gate.
You know what? You got a point there because dragons have been very prevalent lately. Matter of fact, we just had a discussion in another. I was invited over to London McLovin's place, and dragons came up, and dragons have been coming up. What if it is the Dragon's Gate? What if that is what's really happening? Mm,
One thing to know
Purple.
for sure is to on the 9-9 be open, see what you experience on that day. You know, be open to it.
Exactly. Could it be that that is another gate? Well, see, yeah, because, and she's saying that because the sun didn't enter Leo on the 8-8. It took a couple more days this year. So it was
Mm.
still in what, Cancer? For a couple of days. So it was just a little bit off this year. But some people said that was in order to kind of balance that it was balancing the energies. It was balancing the female energy with the male energy this time. And I don't know. That sounds plausible too. But yeah, the sun. She says, okay, sun stays in Leo till September 15th.
Oh,
So
shit,
interesting.
September 15th. Okay, I'm expect in September when things start to happen with the high energy will be between September 15 and September 25.
Oh, so maybe that is the Dragon's Gate going to happen. Mhm. Uh,
Yes,
I'm
supposed
going
to
to
be.
ask about that. I'm going to say, hey guys, if that's it, give us some kind of a sign that that is what's going on. So, and they will if that is. They'll tell us one way or the other. But yeah, wouldn't that be interesting? So really, the 15th to the 25th, 10 days.
Yes, 10 days. So
That
10 days.
sounds like a gate to me. That's about how long they usually last. It's 10 days.
Oh, really?
Yes, most of them have been lasting lately. Yeah, about 10 days. You know, that we may be onto something, folks.
Really?
Yeah.
I think, yes, September is going to be a very interesting one.
Oh,
Very.
no kidding. Hey, Mary Wins. Hey.
Hey, Mary.
Yeah, from Leo from August 11 to September 15 in the 13 sign astrology. In the real astrology, which is the 13 sign is the real, because you know there are really 13 moons in
Oh,
a
yeah.
year, of
So
course.
So then on the 15th, then or 16th, then is when the on the 13 moon calendar that the Virgo energy kicked in. Then we switch to the Virgo.
Okay. Which will be a earth sign, which is
Earth
uh,
sign counting.
yeah, it's solidness. Okay. Virgo. Oh boy. Oh geez. I can kind of see where this is going. Oh, we might see the return of the unicorn. Well, the unicorns
And
have already started returning. We
and yeah,
might.
the sorry.
Um, there is a link between Virgo and virgins and unicorns. So I'm
Oh
wondering
really?
if the unicorns will show up too. Maybe the dragons and the unicorns will show up. We don't
Yeah.
know.
If you
But
have
the
connect.
unicorns have been showing up to people, yeah.
Oh really?
And Pegasus. Yes, actually, one of my friends was that she comes on this show sometimes. She was saying she and her friend both saw just like what? A Pegasus. No kidding. Look like a Pegasus, a flying horse. No kidding. The mythical animals, the so-called mythical animals, apparently seem to be returning. Could it be
Interesting.
that we're going to find out that these creatures were not really mythical, that they really
Yeah,
exist?
yeah. Most of the creature now that I encountered, um, I found they're real fairies and everything. You have good fairies, bad fairies. So I wouldn't be surprised, you know. Those people are seeing griffins too. Griffins, you know about griffins?
You know what? I would expect we'd see griffins too. Why not? Those are spoken of too. And Lady Spellbreaker says Capricorn is the sea gold or the unicorn. Well, and I just turned into a Capricorn recently in my progress chart. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. Wow. So Desert Rose made it in. Oh, cool. Mary Wins is here. Desert Rose is here. Lady Spellbreak. We got all of the weekend projects, Skyfalls. Yeah. All the cool people.
Well,
Where's Scotty?
all the cool people are here. The cool
Where's
spiritual.
Scotty and Mark? Gotta summon Scotty and Mark. Scotty and Mark gotta show up. Mark, we summon thee. Scotty, we summon thee. Where are you? uh, yeah, Capricorn, sun progressed. Yes, progressed. They have some in Antarctica. Have some what in Antarctica? I got all my sisters and me. Ah, wait a minute. I'm trying to get through the comments here. I'm taking a look. Oh
Hey,
yeah,
Desert.
just for a moment here. I'll take a look and
Hey,
okay.
Desert
So
Rose. Good to see you. And Skyfalls. Yeah,
see
you're
if
cool.
there are any questions.
Oh yeah, what you
Oh,
mentioned is interesting with the 13. So it ends. The Leo energy ends on the 15th of September. Then and the Virgo energy come in. And then I know on the 15th of October, a month after, exactly a month, then we have the eclipse, a very important eclipse, which is going to lead to the eclipse on 8th of April 2024. Exactly a month after that, we have
exactly a month. We're going to have. Wait a minute. We're going to have what?
eclipse in October, a very important one.
An
I think it's a,
eclipse.
yeah. And
Oh my goodness! For Halloween.
oh yeah, and on this year also in October we have the Friday of 13 and in October. Ugh. Okay, let me check what's called the one the lunar one. So yeah, October also is going to be a very interesting month.
Hey, there's Mark the Arc Spark. Arc Spark, Mark. Oh, you're just eating. He's feeding his face. He's here though. Okay, great. Now we just need Scotty. Yeah. Beam me up, Mr. Spark. Anyway, Scotty keeps telling me that she's gonna blow, but you know how Scotty is. Mhm. Oh, you ordered lapis? Okay. Well, we ordered some lapis. Isn't that nice? Okay, October 14, annual solar eclipse, October 28, partial lunar eclipse, full moon. Okay, oh yeah. Well, it looks like September's going to be a big month, but October's really going to rock and roll too. D.
Yes.
Freeman is in. Holy smokes. Okay. So basically, we got a rocking and rolling time coming in here. We got a
Yeah.
lot going on. Well, we got some numbers. Do you know anybody's numbers like that's in the news? I mean, have you done anything with, do you know anything about what's going to happen with oh, we've got oh well, you probably aren't as excited about it as we are. Well, pardon me. We're wondering when our old tired sock puppet is going to get his butt kicked, if ever, out of his post. You know who I'm talking. The Bide in Crime
Yeah.
and Empire. We're
Um.
wondering when he's most likely to,
Well,
or is that even going to happen?
that is gonna happen. Because the 2020 election, it there's clearly there was a lot of corruption that took place there, but it went like this for people to see who's the one now Biden working for, and is helping to wake up people. We know for years already, but the
Yeah.
most people don't know. So this what they did because let's say Trump won 2020, they're gonna blame everything on Trump. They still do actually, but now they're looking. Hey, look, he's not in control. But and now they're pushing, uh, um, put him in jail. Why? Because he's standing in the way. So with what I'm seeing, no, everything is putting pressure on people, and not information is coming out about different corruption. So everything is waking up more and more people. So when we come next year, maybe they're gonna do something to stop the election. Wouldn't be a surprise. But the election next year should take place on the 5th of November, which is what the Guy Fawkes Day. The remember the 5th of November. Uh,
Oh,
yeah,
oh, yes. Wouldn't
yeah,
that be interesting? If that took
yeah,
place on Guy Fawkes Day, that would be very ironic and interesting.
yeah.
Very cool. Yes, that could be.
Because I
Because,
saw a movie that took place in 2020. They had the whole technocracy in that movie that the people came up then to stand against the government. That took place in 2020. That movie, so very symbolic.
um,
Yeah,
Mark
Vivo
the Arch
Vendetta.
Sparks has been having a nagging question. Doesn't the year actually, well, I'll put the questions up so you can see them. Been having a nagging question. Doesn't the year actually start in spring? And would that change your outlook any, Alex?
Um, well, yeah, I understand that. I've looked into that. Yes, but right now, no, it wouldn't change it because I'm not going at there. Because I'm using it because the number correlates, but I'm not how I say, because I know, for example, in March or April is actually the New Year. There's some culture of the world celebrate New Year there, and it's I know it's your perspective on how you see it, and if you know about it, then you're not gonna celebrate. Then you will celebrate it another day, for example. Like the Chinese celebrate New Year in February. I know another culture celebrate it in September. So they just change it. And well, in numerology, the Gregorian calendar, what we're using, as I was thinking, why does the number match? And most of the world use that, and the people are the one creating that energy. So we're the one putting the energy in that calendar. So then you can say it works, um, because we're creating that, the reality. Because, for example, Ethiopia, they use their own calendar. They're, I think, 8 years backward. So that is working for them. Then I think they have another numerology, based numerology that they read off. Like the Egyptian had a numerology, the East India has a numerology, you have the Western numerology, but all the numbers say the same thing, but it's how you calculate. And I think they have another way of calculating it which resonates with them.
Yeah, well, that's just it. And then we were talking about this last time is even though there are these different systems and they do things a little differently, most of the time they just keep coming up. This is absolutely amazing. I'm sorry, I'm just yawning, and I didn't really feel tired before the show, and I don't even feel tired now. So something else must be going on. So I apologize for yawning, but sometimes I do that a lot when there's a lot coming out. So maybe I just need a lot more oxygen or something. But anyway, so sorry about that if you see me yawning. It's not because it isn't interesting. It's just something that seems to happen to me. But we've got, um, oh, geez, now I totally sidetracked myself. What were we talking about? I just was trying to make a point about something. Um,
Maybe the calendar. Just to finish on
oh, the
Mark.
calendar adjustment. Yes. It doesn't really matter which system. They seem to still come up with a very similar result, even though they're all figured wrong, different. Well, not wrong, but wrong to such, but wrong, well, not wrong, different. Like
Yeah,
they figure it out differently, and yet somehow it still comes out agreeing with each other.
yes,
I
yeah,
find it completely fascinating.
you're right. You're right. It is different. They read it differently, but it comes down to the same thing. Different perspectives, but the same thing. So yeah, I have encountered that too. It correlates also with the Chinese one. Chinese, they have their own. They use in the Gregorian calendar, but they have animals, and for they in the 12th month, then the another, not 31 December, but I think the beginning of February. That's their New Year. So they're using the same but different.
Yeah, very strange. Same but different. Uh, which is, and it's the same with astrology, whole different and completely different system. But astrology does rely heavily on numerology. And
Right?
then
Yeah.
gematria is something else again.
Yes. Gematria. I haven't gone deep in gematria, but gematria is because there's different way you get the gematria. I think the English, the Israel. You have different types of gem. So I didn't go deep into that, but yeah, with numerology, yes, the number correlates. It correlates with the number, and what they say in numerology is the number doesn't lie. And astrologers, they read planets, the position of planets where they were at the current time, and they say they're saying is the planet doesn't lie. You know, so it's what it is. You just read off the energy.
Hmm. I agree.
Everything
They
else.
should never have moved Ophiuchus. And, or Ophiuchus. I'm sure they did it on purpose to just screw things up, to
Oh
just
yeah,
confuse people.
yeah.
Ah, smoky quartz. That would be sweet. Yeah, I got some beautiful smoky quartz here. Um, I'm not sleepy. That's just it. I'm sorry. That's why I was apologizing. I'm really not sleepy at all. It happens to me on these shows quite often. I end up yawning, and for some reason, I need to take in more oxygen. That's what I was trying to explain. Um, I don't know why. Yes, back in Egypt, the sign of Fugus was so important, and the ancient pharaoh said, "Do not change this." Ophiuchus is a 10th sign between Scorpio and Sagittarius, November 29 to December 17. So the very one they said don't change that, that's really important. That's the one they threw out. That makes perfect sense because they wanted to confuse. That just goes right along with they wanted to confuse us. Hey, that might be something too. If that's actually the 10th sign, what's 10? That would mean the 10 got displaced into a different month or something, didn't it then? Yeah, that means 10, and the completion of a cycle is 10, and the start of another one, which, oh, yeah, that really would have screwed things up. Yeah, and we're way more than just our sun sign. Yeah. Yes, I'm just looking at questions and stuff. Yeah, they changed the words with the Bible, confuse everything. Yeah, oh, you're a life path 10. Okay, so they really screwed you up. Okay, well, now see what this is what happens. So we're beginning to
And
unscrew things, aren't we? We're beginning to unscrew all of this stuff that's been screwed up.
oh, okay. Yeah, your life path adds to 28, the 2 and the 8, and then it will reduce to a 1. Yeah, in numerology, you don't have a 10. It's 1 till 9, and then you have the higher vibration of the number, which will be double digits. That's the 11, 22, 33, and 44, which is just a higher vibration. For example, the 11 will be the higher vibration of the 2, the 22 is the higher vibration of the 4, the 33 is the higher vibration of the 6, and the 44 the higher vibration of the 8.
Right. Oh, wow. And something I can't remember right now, but somehow I got a 44 or 44 out of
Well,
something. A 44 happened recently, and I was trying to figure it out. What the heck would a 44 be?
a double 44 is meaning you can, if you've been working on something, if your angels encourage you that keep doing what you're doing, your hard work is going to pay off.
Oh, that's very nice to hear. Well, that would be lovely.
Well, oh yeah, that's the truth. And yes, I am also a life path 44. I'm a 44A.
Oh, you're a 44. Cool.
Yes.
And then Heather Dawn will be 44 after the total eclipse. No way. No way. Yes, way. I guess it is way. Wow, that's going to be uh interesting. So 44. Yeah, when you look in astrology, they only go 1 to 9, never 10 mentioned. It's very weird. Yeah, and 10 is and the tarot cards have numbers attached to them too, and they have meanings that go with that adds to the message of the cards. So everything has numbers attached to it, and they all kind of coincide with each other in a strange, weird way. Now, the Mayans, boy, you look at the Mayans are the timekeeper. I had a Mayan teacher. the timekeepers. They had wheels within wheels within wheels within wheels. Okay. They were absolutely infatuated and obsessed with time and with keeping time and with keeping the cycles, the rhythm of the cycles, and knowing when what was going to happen, what day we were. I mean, they named every single day. They named every time it changed. They had like I'm trying to remember. I think it was a cycle, a 10 cycle that changed. It's like every 10 days things changed over. Yeah, that was rather important. They should not have changed that. But then it was like they changed the resonance of the music
Yeah,
yeah, it was like they
yeah.
changed everything. They did it all to screw us up. What
Yeah.
nice
Basically,
people. I got to
basically,
hear one of the actual organs, one of the old organs right down in Akron they had in the Civic Theater. I worked there for a while. Civic Theater, I got to hear the organ. It did sound different. It made you feel different. It was like when they played that organ, and remember, that would have been tuned to the right frequency because it was really old. And the way that that place was built was like a Moorish temple. And I got to hear it, and I can tell you right now that the music is very different from one of those old pipe organs. And it was always a treat when somebody, but hardly anybody knows how to play them anymore. They're actually kind of tricky to play. And so I feel really glad that I got to experience that. But it gave you such a different feeling. I mean, music always gives me feelings, but it gave you a whole different feeling because of the resonance.
yes,
Um,
because the frequency was in harmony with your frequency, body, and earth. And you have the other ones that they change it to be in not in harmony, disharmonious with compared with the earth frequency and the human frequency. Like most of the things that they use in technology, if they just change the frequency of it in in harmonious state with us, there will be no problem. It's just the frequency. It was at 432 and they changed it to 440. So I imagine most of the instruments or samples in the past was built in the harmonious frequency with Earth.
of course, you would be bathing in these frequencies.
Oh yeah,
So when
healing.
you went into these churches and they would play the organ, you would be bathing in these harmonious frequencies. They also had, come to think, they also had that at the, was it the Hearst Estate in Terrytown? Had pipe organ that the pipes went all through all the rooms. And it was built by master masons. So they had a plan when they built this place.
They had the
But
knowledge.
yeah, they had the knowledge. And they built, like I said, they built the civic. I'm so thankful that we managed to get them. They tried to knock down the civic theater. They wanted to destroy it. It was one of the last buildings, last Tartarian buildings left, Tartarian design buildings left, and they wanted to destroy it. It had the pipes of the pipe organ built right in, had the organ built in. Now I couldn't understand why they were so hot to destroy this beautiful piece of architecture. Absolutely beautiful inside. And so ahead of its time. It looked like a Moorish courtyard, and you'd sit there and watch a movie or some kind of performance. And when the lights went down, you could see it looked like the night sky. So basically, um, it was made to look like you were sitting outside watching a performance, outside in a courtyard of a castle, of a Tartarian castle, a Moorish castle. And then they'd have, before the performances, they would play that organ, and people would just be so rapt, in attention of this organ. And I'm there going, wow, I'm so lucky to have a memory of that anyway. But yeah, they wanted to tear it down, and I'm there. Why do you want to tear it down? So there's a bunch of us that got together and did all kinds of things to save the Civic Theater. And we didn't entirely save it, but we saved it for the most part. We didn't get to save everything about it. They still did some things to it that they shouldn't have. It had basically an air conditioning system that was not electric and not an actual air cooling system like we have, like AC. They had the air cooled by a plenum chamber down underneath. Like I said, it was built by master masons. So it was just, it just really would open your eyes if you would see this. And that's why I have these memories. I know this can all be done. There's stuff that can be done that we're not doing today that we should be doing today. It would help us to know how to do this stuff, but the knowledge is lost. I guess that's my little public service announcement. Sorry, Alex. Please go on.
No, I'm not listening. No, I understand what you're saying. A lot of in the past has been, destroyed, especially by the Nazi. I know they went after the bell. A lot of bells they took away, the church bell, because the bell also gave a frequency when you ring it, a healing frequency. But also within the past with the electrical culture or the electrical farming, they took that. That's a knowledge information that was hidden, but now I'm seeing that it's coming back to the light. A lot of people are learning about electrical parts, how to get bigger vegetation in their garden. So the knowledge is coming back. They have tried to keep it hidden. They have destroyed a lot of things, but it's coming back, and they cannot stop it. So I'm very positive in that state. Yeah, I know a lot has been destroyed, but they have done their best, but it wasn't sufficient. They haven't
At
destroyed
the
everything.
time, I had no idea why I felt so important. Some of us just felt very, very strongly that we had to protect this place, that it was
Oh,
very important. And
yeah.
we
Oh yeah.
didn't know
Correct.
how important. We didn't know all of that at the time. We just knew it was extremely special. There was something extremely special about it. Um,
I know
see,
a lot of the buildings were produced. Sorry, a lot of the buildings also were producing its own energy and giving out energy to the surrounding area. The Sataria
yes.
building. Yes.
Oh, Angel Wing says she works really hard with juvenile dragons that need rehabilitation. Ah, well, that's nice of you, Angel. Um, yeah, people many, many years you're older than you. Well, yeah, well, it could be that you're actually reincarnating with some of your friends. Um, okay. Well, yeah, there you go. I know people. I was kind of like that too for a long time. I hung around with older people because younger people would just, to me, didn't have the same interest and they were kind of silly. To me, these people,
No, I
you know,
understand that. You learn faster from older people, with their knowledge and experience. If I also
right,
hang out with older people due to their knowledge and experience, you can get to your place faster where you need to go because they have failed to get there. So they can give you pointer what not to do, what to do, and you will get there faster. You will learn also, what you think
right.
to avoid. It's,
Well,
yeah.
it just seemed to me the younger people were just interested in stuff that was just so mundane and trite and bogus and just not interesting. Just I couldn't understand why they would even be interested in that. So it was weird. I didn't really get along with people my age either. I liked older people. I liked to learn from them. I liked to hear what they had to Had to tell me. So,
Yeah.
oh, gee, Chloe, who's that aimed at? Me?
Oh yeah.
I
No, I
don't
thought
know.
he was asking how old I am, and I told him I'm 35. I'm turning 36 on the 19th of September. I'm born on the 19th. I don't do. I drink a lot of water.
I think it's Desert Rose. Yeah, see, I'm in my 60s now. And so you're 35, 36, 36, 35, 36. A lot of changes happen. Maybe you can
Oh yeah.
tell us why. 35, 36. That's when a lot of big changes happen to me. Let's see, 35, 8, 9. Yeah, that would be 8 and 9. So you're getting ready to make a big shift,
Yes.
right?
That you asked that. Yes, I'm gonna go through a big shift this year. Things gonna be changing for me. I already feel it coming. Yes. It's in numerology. If I go deeper in it and with people, it is I can get more numbers out of it. But um, yes, it runs every 7 years. Also, it's a 7 year cycle. So when you're seven, you get another perspective. When you're 14, also in your teenager years, you get another perspective on things. You grow. When you're 21, the things happen also there. Then when you're 28, and then when you turn 35 to 36, also a shift happens. And that's five cycle of five. Five is transformation. Cycle, five
You're
times
right.
seven.
5 is a change in tarot too. It's things are changing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I know a lot of people when they're 35 or 36. Yeah, I don't talk about that much, but yeah, I feel it. Something coming for me this oncoming month. So yeah, I'm ready for it. I've been preparing for it. So yeah, everything runs in the seven. So every 7 year in your life, something changes. Oh, if you stay the same, then yeah, then you haven't changed. You're in the same cycle then. You haven't learned. But yeah, every 7 years, you also there's another a cycle within that.
Let's see. I'm 65. That's 11. Do you break down 11 or keep it?
Um, well, the 11. So in numerology, when people said for example 10 or 20, the root number of it, you always have a root number. When you break the whole number down into a single number, that's the root number of
So
it.
it would be 2.
Yeah,
Okay.
the the
So
root the root
there
number of
have
11 is 2. Sorry, go ahead.
so when I turn 66, we're going to be 12, and that's 3, and that's more. So this has been more about relationships, oh, of which,
No, well, it could be the three. The three energy is more about creativity, self-expression, communicating, socializing, expressing your truth, your
so
creativity.
that'll be this December. So this coming December, I'll be 66, and it'll be, oh, 66.
But wait, you're in a which
Interesting.
year again? You're in a, I did your
I'm
personal,
65 right now.
but your personal year number, I think you're in one, right? Or which, where are you again? I'm not sure.
I have
What's your,
forgotten. I'm so sorry. I can't
I just,
remember that.
I just need your month and day, not the year, just the month and day. What's your
12
month and
9,
day? 12,
12.
9. Uh,
Well,
okay,
yeah, the month and day. Is that what you need? Or do you need the year?
yeah, no, 12,
Month
9.
and day, 12 9.
Okay, let me double check because it could be that you're in 11, but not sure. Let me check. Let me double check here.
And everybody's giving you their dates right now because they're
Oh,
double checking.
well, okay, here's the thing, but I don't think it's okay. This I don't mention a lot because it happens only people very close to me. Those I share this information. I have encounter with three times it happened to me that I don't know. The only explanation is the reality changed. That I did calculation of three people and the life path number changed after a few months. And I had it written down with time and everything, and it changed. I couldn't explain that, but that has happened, but it doesn't happen much.
I have had that happen. I have had the weirdest stuff just change. I am not kidding about that at all. I know what you mean though. Things that we've got to just accept at some point that stuff that we never thought would change is going to change at some point. I never thought if you would have told me, as far as I knew at the beginning, I was a Sagittarius and I'd be a Sagittarius. I had no idea I was born an Ophiuchus. Nobody ever talked about Ophiuchus. And yet, there it is in my life. I turned into an Ophiuchus. All of a sudden, I find an Ophiuchus. And then I find out about progress charts and find out that now I've gone even from Ophiuchus to Sagittarius and now into Capricorn. So I'm like, well, doggone. I didn't even know when I started out that any of that could ever happen. But there you go. You know, it's bizarre, but that's now that's something that can be maybe logically explained, maybe not though. But I have had reality shifts that are just mind blowing.
Yeah, you told me that one of the stories with the restaurant that it changed when you went back there. It changed completely. Yeah, that's
Oh yeah,
I
the place that had just completely changed.
yes,
And it was connected. The building had become connected. The diner and um, the convenience store and the gas station all became connected. They're all one unit, even though the diner was still up on the hill. You had to walk up to get to the diner. That was the weird part. See, they were separate. One was here, and then one was a little hill, and here, the diner. And then they were connected, and everything was connected. And there was a gift center, a place to take showers, a place to watch TV. Uh, yeah, I'm like, what? This never existed. The people never even heard of it. Starvin' Marvin complex. Starvin' Marvin, that was just this little thing that you'd get hot dogs and coffee and pop. That was it. That was all they ever had at the gas station. It wasn't a complex. You didn't have a restaurant where you could sit down and have a buffet. That, that was crazy. That was just crazy. And then a gift shop. And then I go in and I say, I'm like, I'm in the twilight zone. And I asked the woman, gee, they changed this all pretty good. Must have built this pretty good. How long has this been here? 7 years. I I didn't know what to say because I had been driving up and down that road for years, and it was a whole different place. It had been that way in the reality I was in then. It was 7 years old already. And I'm like, okay. And from then on, I was kind of a little bit more open minded about what could and couldn't be possible. Because if you think about it, that's really freaking crazy. Once again, what are we dealing with? We're dealing with seven. Obviously, seven is a really big number in my life.
yeah. And you're a life at 7 too, so
Right. My life path is seven. I just got it. It's like, yeah, seven. Holy cow.
yeah, a lot of spiritual people like shamans or life at 7. They get like a lot of them has like an inner knowing already, a sense of the spiritual realm. A lot of them have abilities already activated. You know, that's what they encounter with the life at 7. And I did your calculation. You are in a personal year one. So this year was like you start off with the I say the 9 year cycle. So you're coming out of your transformation cycle. So I imagine like last year you were in a 9 personal year, and the nine is basically you're coming to a completion with your thing. So it's basically to let go of people and things that no longer serve you for your highest good. So I imagine last year you had to let people go out of your life.
I did. I did.
Yeah.
I let a
Yes.
lot of people just go. Um, had been kind of doing it for a while, for the last 3 years, since I moved. I There's some people that since I moved, I just didn't tell them where I moved to. I just didn't ever invite them over. Didn't tell them where. It's like I left town without telling them where it was going. I got out of Dodge. It's Yeah, it's like that sometimes. And I just found that my life was better, and so I just didn't let them know where I was after that. And there were a couple of them that tried to get back into my life, and I just didn't let it happen. But so let me see. What are some of the people? Well, people were giving you their info, so you could tell them what this. I guess so you could tell them what this month or so is going to be doing to them or with them. Uh, okay, Desert Rose Life Path 9. And we just talked about what Life Path 9 does. You're
Yeah,
getting
nine is
rid
the
of people.
uh, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. No, that's the personal year number. That's the personal
Oh,
year number.
personal year.
Yes. If anybody wants me to calculate their personal year number, let me know. I can do that. Or give them.
It's
Oh,
okay. Angel Wing says March 20th, 1982.
okay. Let me write it down of the book here. I have everything written here. Yeah, in this book. Okay. I put here. Angel.
That's okay, Michelle. We still love you.
Much love, Michelle. Everybody in the chat. Is oh, 20th of March. Really interesting. My
Yes.
mother. My mother is born on 20th of March.
Really?
Yeah.
1982. Yeah.
Uh, yeah. That's supposed to be the the New Year day. You can say that
Oh,
day.
so she was born on the real New Year day.
You can say that.
You're a New
Yeah.
Year baby, really? You didn't
Well.
even know it. That's
Well.
funny. That's pretty cool. That is kind of funny. It's like here you find out something new about yourself. I always go through that. I always end up with oh, here you go. You thought you knew who you were, and now here we're going to tell you this. Yeah, it happens all the time to me. Like every time I think I know who I am, I get more info, and it's like I'm a little bit different than I thought. Figure out how does that happen? So I have learned to kind of roll with it. Um,
Okay.
Scotty's going to be okay. He's pretty fearless. He's pretty tough. I'm not too worried about Scotty, but I am sending him some love. Oh, if he goes before you, yeah. Okay, well, if I do, I'll certainly come and say hi, but I doubt that I will. Oh, you get telepathic messages from people who have ascended. Me too. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, anybody else need to know? Anybody else want to give Alex their numbers?
Oh yeah, I did Angel Wing is
Yeah.
from 20 March 1982. Angel Wings is also a life path 7, same as you. Very high vibrational numbers, spiritual numbers. The sevens love to use their mind more than compared to the other numbers. Very analytical mind, researcher, deep thinking, analyze things. Um, so that's with the life path 7. So you're gonna one of the things for the life path 7 is to overcome mistruth. So is doing deep learning, researching to come find out that
I'll tell
a
you
lot
one
of
thing about me right now is that I used to be when I was younger, I multitasked a lot, but these days I don't multitask well at all. If I'm trying to do something and you distract me and you like get me off the beat of what I'm doing, I can totally just drop things and totally just somehow I'm not the same person I was at all. I have changed so much. Um, so during the course of a life, yep, I dropped some stuff down there. I guess I'll get it later. Um, I've got stuff all over my desk that this is on that's very messy. So I'm just dropping stuff all over I'm leaning on it and just but yeah, I can't I'm not a good multitasker, I've found anymore. So something really shifted and um
maybe maybe it happened because you were too scattered energy. So it's better for you to maybe focus on one thing at a time. I know with the five, they love to do they're multi-talent. They love to do a lot of things at the same time, but a lot of times it's not good. You have to balance out yourself.
not
Like
always a
balance,
good idea. Yeah.
yeah, balance is in everything actually.
Sometimes you don't do it all well. That's the problem. You do all these things, but you don't do it well.
Yeah,
Don't do any of them well, then you're kind of defeating yourself. And it seems to me hmm, like yeah, I think I've attained a certain level of mastery by just focusing on one thing and not trying to do too many things at a time. Like I can listen to something like this, like very frequently when I'm making beads or, or working around the house, I can listen to something. But if I try to, if somebody interrupts me when I'm doing something, I can just totally start screwing up. And I have somebody in my life who constantly does that. Who constantly, we'll be doing something and I'm working on something and she stops me and forces me to make some kind of a decision and I just totally drop stuff and just totally just so yeah, I've definitely changed because used to be I did all kinds of things at the same time. Anyway,
yeah, yeah. That wasn't good. So I see with a lot of life path five, that's one thing they need to explore too. But um um and yeah, see different place, but they have to have for them ground. Well, for everybody, grounding is important, but they have to really ground because they have really too much energy. When they ground, they can make better decisions, you know, and not do
eh,
everything at the same time.
okay, so the fives, that's how the fives are different from the sevens.
Oh yeah,
Uh yeah, anybody else want
oh
a
yeah.
lot
Wait, for Angel Wing.
more for angel wings? Okay.
Yeah, because that's we talked about the life path. Angel Wing. I'm just gonna give you a strong brief energy. The because this change each year, the personal year number. That's one of the numbers that change each year in numerology. That has a great effect on you. Um, this year for you, you're in a personal year 3. So the theme is self improvement and creativity. This year for you, anything and everything self improvement related. It's all about fun, creativity, tapping into your expressed emotions. Understand that this can also be a year where you be challenged to work on expressing your emotion clearly and effectively. So effective, well, I cannot see say. So effectively, yeah, I think you understand. Effective. Express your emotion clearly and effective. So you'll be offer plenty of opportunities to practice that feature. Ultimate lesson of the year resides in finding your joy, development, and acting upon your creativity and speaking your truth. So that's for Angel Wing. So this year is all about self-expression for you. And what do you want to create? You know, what I can give you how I say information is what you create, what you work on, especially this year. And next year will be in an 8 year, you'll manifest it, bring it into reality. So what you do this year, you're gonna bring it next year into reality. So that was for Angel Wing.
Well, cool. Okay, angel wings. I that ought to be helpful. You can still use parts of your brain. You're more than happy that you can at least use parts of your brain still. Oh, did Jason come in? Hey, Jason, what's up?
Hey Jason,
Hey,
like for you,
Jason. He's going to give you his numbers 12382.
okay, Jason, okay, 123.
123.
Um, okay, that's alone. The year also, not that's not.
Yeah, I guess 1982.
Oh, 1982. Okay, so also 82,
Yeah.
same as Angel Wing. Oh, Jason. Okay, Jason. Oh yeah, for
Unless
past
you have more
or
to say about angel wings, I mean, you can keep talking. It's just,
no, no, that I gave the most important numbers is his life path, the life path that he choose, and that what energy he's working with this year. And what I can tell you next year, yeah, next year you're gonna be for last for Into Wings, you're gonna be in a 4 personal year. 4 is all about working on your foundation, your desires, your ideas, and being in an 8 universal year next year. What you work on, if you start now, what you work on, you're gonna bring it to reality for sure in that year. So that was for Angel Wing. Okay, let me do Jason. Um,
that's pretty cool. Okay, so now Jason. By the way, just to let you know, Mr. Wonderful is up here. There he is. Cowboy. Wish I knew what his numbers were, but he doesn't care. He's a cat. He says whatever they are, they're perfect. It doesn't matter. So his numbers are just perfect. Anyway, okay. Yeah, and Project Skyfalls also has 120 1965. So you might want to
for
write
one,
that down.
I'm writing it down.
Project
120, 1965.
projects okay.
Okay, 13
Project
4.
okay, so Jason then will do project.
Okay, uh, personal year. Okay, And let me do everybody at the same time. Give me a minute. Do more calculations. Hmm, okay. Oh yeah, Skyfall. You're a six, yeah. Okay. Let's set six. Let me think. Last one. 10. Oh, okay. 10. Oh, you're in the same. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. I understand. One. Person year one. Okay. Got it. Okay. Oh yeah, for the ocean next year, I can give you the bit information of it. Next year you're gonna be in person year two, because this year you're in one, and the theme is patient and love. This year, so next year for you, 2024, is about slowing down, developing patience after a 3 year period of intensity and transformation, because the personally 8, 9, and 1 is known as the transformation cycle. So you went through a transformation. Um, this is the hall pass, slow down, breathe, and focus on others. The year offer a time where your emotion and relationship take a front seat. Last year was most likely highly active and career driven. This year is all about us. So this year, 2024, is devoted to love in all its forms. So that's going to be for you next year. Combination with the
Okay,
eight.
so that's me.
Yes, that's you for next year.
Uh, for next year, and that's because I'm going to turn 66. Oh,
Okay,
wow. Yeah.
interesting.
Wow. So it's all about slowing down and connecting. And
Connecting with
well,
people, partners,
that's
and
wonderful.
yeah, it's a good
I'm
energy.
thrilled
It,
about that.
it's a good energy to find somebody too in a personal 2 year.
It would
A
be
lot.
very nice to
Yeah,
find
and
somebody here.
yeah, you have to set. Okay, here's something extra. Before I continue, this can be helpful for everybody. If somebody is looking for the other person, you can talk with the universe. Let me give you two examples I did in my past. Like when a family member of mine passed away in one of the other Dutch islands, St. Martin, I went there with my family, and we went to the airport, and they had like advertising for another Dutch island called St. Eustatius, and they had like the young ladies from there on the poster. I'm like, oh, those ladies look beautiful. It would be cool to have a girlfriend from that island. And not long afterwards, my first girlfriend was born on that island, was from that island. And
Huh?
so I put the intention out what I want, and I got it. And the second time that happened with me, when I went to Holland, went for the renewable energy technology, and at the end I thought, hey, it would be cool to have like a Dutch person there that would come to me and live with in Aruba. And then not long afterwards, I said the intention what I want, and I got that too afterwards. So what I can advise for people is to set intention what you want as in a partner, and maybe I go as specific at ethnicity, where they're from, long hair, everything. I go specific. Um, and you can do that too with the partner, and then let it go to the universe. What you want, what you look for in a partner, let it go. And in the meantime, just work on yourself, and you will encounter that.
Because, yeah, I am actually. I have been single for a long time. I have really not. I've like dated, but I haven't really been what you'd call in love with anybody. So, in a long, long, long time.
Oh well, it's next
And
perfect year to meet that person. actually.
Yeah, it's just the last person I was in love with, it was just not meant to be. So couldn't do anything about that. But
Oh, yeah,
we ended up married to different people.
well, that's
But
all. It was a lesson. It happened for a reason. It's a lesson to gain more knowledge, in yourself. And,
yeah, it still didn't make it feel any better. But yeah, I think they owe me one. I think the universe owes me
well,
a good relationship.
yeah. Oh, well, the next year is all about the relationship for you. So set the intention what you're looking for in a partner. Also, maybe one communicate intelligent. You know that you can talk
Yeah,
and will
intelligent, respectful, communicates well.
yes.
Uh, yeah, uh, good looking, so refined. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I kind of like them good looking though, but that's okay.
No, you put that
But
too. Put that in the
good
universe.
looking. I like the pretty ones.
Yeah? A country boy, a country intelligent boy, man. I don't know, country intelligent man. I don't know.
Um, you know, I don't mind where if he's from the country or the city, as long as he's. Um, I'm very philosophical. I'm very spiritual, but I've also got a wild side. If he can handle that, it's got to be somebody who can handle my different sides because I'm a character. I really am. But yeah, I'm definitely going to put that man together in my mind. Now that
Well,
you told me that,
yeah, put it because it does work. Put it and let it go, and in the meantime, work on yourself, and you will
similar
encounter.
values. It's hard to find somebody with my values. It's
Not
hard to
hard.
find somebody who,
No,
but no, I shouldn't say that.
no, it's not
I'm going
hard.
to find
Nothing is
somebody
hard
with
for
my
you.
values. Huh?
Yes, nothing is impossible for the universe. You know, nothing is impossible. So it's not hard. It's just divine timing. Put the intention, what you want. You have to be sure what you want, and then you have to be ready for it, prepare for it, and
Hmm.
it will, in divine timing.
Because I spent a lot of time knowing I didn't want to subject anybody to the kind of life I had. Because it's so funny, like I said, and I said this on the show before. I had a reading not that long ago, and the reader was an online reader, and they're reading it and they're going, well, and I see you being a very active person, but I also see you sleeping a lot, but I also see you being doing all of this stuff, and I have you being very, and blah, blah, blah. And she goes, who the hell are you? You're some kind of, it's like you're some kind of secret agent for the light or something. You're going on. And she goes, you're traveling all over the galaxy while you're asleep. How in the heck are you doing that? And who the heck are you? And I'm just laughing and laughing and laughing. Um, but it's really hard to carry on a relationship. It's like when you're a channel, channels have said this, when you're a channel and you're doing all this stuff, you're not here half the time. During the time you're being a channel, you're not around. You only live in half of your life. You're not really there most of the time. Um, so you spend a lot of your life not being in your body, not being with you. In my case, I'm off. I'm sleeping. I get these sleepy spells. I'm running off all over the place, doing all kinds of things while I'm asleep. But when you're asleep, you don't get to have very much of a life, when you're doing all this stuff in your sleep. So I told him, I said, you guys, I need some fun. I need to have some kind of a life here. This is just too hard. I'm not having any kind of a life. So my energy is improving. So I think I may be able to get around more. I may actually be able to sustain something like that by next year. So I am getting
Yeah,
to
it's
where
just
I'm.
self improvement, working on self. You know, whether you
Mhm.
think about where do you, what do you need to heal, what do you need to work to better yourself, to improve your temple, to
Hey,
heal it.
Scotty. Yeah, and I love to cook. I love to cook for people. I love to. I want somebody who will appreciate that, who will appreciate the things I do. And I was talking with one of my friends about love languages. What is your love language? What do you expect from people? What says love to you? How do you show love? How do you receive love? Well, yeah, and so working on things like that, understanding that. If you get somebody who has an entirely different take on what it is to give and receive love, you're not gonna meet in the middle. You know, you're
That's
gonna
why
have to.
I'm sorry, that's why communication on what you're saying, what is important in a relationship is communication. If you don't have communication and understanding, you don't have nothing. That's the base of it, communication and understanding.
So, well, anyway, it's sort of like I've been thinking about all of that. You know, so I have had that on my mind, and maybe it's finally going to be time that I'm going to have a relationship. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting ready to do that. It would be kind of nice if I did. Yeah, I could go for that. I don't know about marriage. I don't think marriage, but I would think I would like to have a nice companion relationship, love, But I really think probably we're better off if we each have our own sovereign places to live too. But ah,
That,
somebody to
that's
go
okay.
on adventures with, that would be nice. Anyway, but that's
Yeah.
enough about me.
Uh,
And
oh yeah, I was at,
here, Scott, to beam me up, huh?
sorry. Let me
Beam me
see.
up, Scotty. Get those, get that transporter working, Scotty. Scotty's here! Yay! He made it. Okay. Okay, who's the next person? Skyfalls or Jason? We're talking about Jason, right? Were we
Um,
talking? I got confused.
oh yeah, it's Jason, yeah. Jason. Yeah.
Jason, you still here, bro?
Yeah, let me go on Jason. I had this written down. Jason is a life path 8.
Hey,
Um,
broski, you still around? Aruba. I'd
well,
love to see Aruba sometime. That would be so nice. I'd love to go traveling again. I haven't been traveling in ages. That's another thing. I'd like
oh yeah,
somebody to go traveling with.
we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. On that, I know they're gonna be pushing the convict shit again with because they don't want people to travel, but I don't know how far they're gonna go with it. But there's gonna come a time where we're gonna be traveling without restriction and shit like that.
Yeah, that'll happen. Jason is here.
Okay.
Oh, no, we got to do Jason and then Project Skyfalls. Okay.
Oh yes, yes.
Well, we
Skyfall.
didn't forget you, Project. We didn't forget you.
Nope,
I'm
we didn't
keeping
see
track.
lol. Okay, let me see here. So Jason, um, oh yeah, Jason is a life path 8. 8 is all about being your own boss. I know 8 is gonna go through a lot to make them stronger and with strong mind, very organized, and so they're gonna go through very hard lessons with the 8, but it's gonna make them stronger and wiser. And I know with also with life path 8, most of them, of all of them, actually need to be working for themselves. They have a hard time working for another person. They have to have their own business. Um, that's with the life path 8. Let me see. In which
You hear
year?
that, Jason? I think so too. I think you'd probably be happier if you had. You know what? I told you that years ago. You need to be a freelance something. I said that years ago. You need to be a freelance, whatever it is you're the best at. You need to be a freelancer, not a worker for somebody. But we can't always make these things happen on a dime. I realize that. So, but yeah, I said the same thing actually years ago when I first met Jason. So, isn't that interesting, Jason? Maybe you need to think about what you've got as a skill that you would like to do on your
Yeah,
own, but then you'd have to be the only thing is when you have your own, and I've done it before, when you have your own business and work for yourself, you have to be very disciplined in
yeah.
a way.
Discipline is key with the eight.
Mhm.
Uh, they're very disciplined. If they're not disciplined, then they're not balanced. You're not on your path.
Mhm.
And with
Yeah,
Jason,
you'll screw yourself completely over if you're not disciplined.
yes,
If you're not
that's what,
organized, you got to be organized. Oh,
yes,
geez.
yes. And Jason, this year is a personal year for you. The theme for you is hardworking and long-range goals. After a lighter and creative three personal years last year, it's time to slow down, steady your pace, and become more methodical about which goals you want to focus on. It's time to work hard on sharpening your skill set. After last year, chances are you have some project in work that need to be tended and nurtured. This is more a serious year requiring hard work to set your foundation for whatever you're working on. If there any year that you should be looked upon as a marathon needing pacing and well planned break, this is it. So this is the year you'll be work. What's your idea? Do you have any plans? This is the year to work on it, write it down. What do you want to build? Because you, for example, you being a personal year 4, and you're a life path 8, what you work, what you've been working on next year has a very high chance to coming to reality. And next year you're gonna be in a personal year 5. So next year your life is gonna be having a big transformation. Next year you're gonna be going to a big transformation. You're gonna get a lot of opportunity. Um, a lot of options, a lot of things gonna come your path. So that's why this year is good to have a structure foundation on where do you see yourself, what do you want to build, and then next year, bam, you're gonna go through that transformation.
Wow. Well, get ready for it. It's all I can say.
Yes,
Now that you know that's coming,
yes,
uh, and you know that really what you're supposed to be doing is working for yourself, I think I'd be making plans, because I know you're working 12-hour shifts right now, and I know you're not happy about it.
yes.
You would be.
This year is all about working on your planning, organizing. You know,
Yeah,
I
you're
see.
going to have to get very organized.
Yeah, Starship Enterprise arrives. Okay, that's the idea. You should go for it. You know, plan it.
Yeah,
Planning is
definitely a
key,
time to go for it.
and put your energy into it, and it will come to fruition. Work on it this year, and next year, I'm guarantee everybody that goes through a 5 years is gonna go through a big transformation here. That's how I
Wow.
always.
And you were
And,
just saying we're collectively going to be going through a 5 year.
oh no, the transformation year. That's the 8, 9, and 1. That's the transformation cycle.
Oh, we're collectively going through a transformation year.
Yes, what I'm the information I'm giving now is on the personal level. The personal year number is on the personal level.
Oh,
Each
okay, yeah,
each person is going through a different lesson, different thing they need to accomplish next
right.
year. Okay.
I'm just trying to coordinate it with the rest of the. information. That's okay. Jason, you listening?
So that was for Jason. Okay, and let me go for
Okay.
Sky Falls.
Sky
Um,
Falls. This is
okay,
you.
yeah. Um, I see Sky Falls is a life path 6. So life path 6 is all about. It's known as the nurturer, the healer. They they have a healing energy about them, and they love to help people, service to others. That's where they feel best at. But one thing with the life path 6, what they encounter is they a lot of times they help people and they forget about themselves. That's where they need balance in. If when it's good, yeah, you helping people, but don't forget about yourself. Make sure you're also good before you help other people. That's one of the things that the life path 6 have problem I see overcoming is where they forget about themselves and their health go backward. So yeah, that's for Skyfall, the life path 6. So balance is key when service to others, and you're in personal year 1, same as the ocean, and this year has been all about new beginning for you. Also, you're gonna go through a new beginning this year. You're coming out of your transformation cycle, same as the ocean. So last year you were in a 9 year, and the 9 is all about letting things go of people and things that no longer serve you. So you open yourself for the oncoming opportunities and energies that's coming your way. Otherwise, if you're stuck in that old energy, you're not going to be able to receive the new energy. So the theme for you this year was um, new beginning and planting seeds for the future. This year of new beginning, independency, initiation, and achievement. It holds more clarity than last year and is the start of a new 9 year cycle. It's time to plant the seeds for what you want to see grow and mature during the next year, 9 year cycle. This is the year to begin with as much as a clean slate as possibly can. So, and next year for you, you're going to be in the same as um, the ocean, which next year for you. So this year is all about starting new. Where do you see yourself? What do you always wanted to try? You know, and next year is going to be more of slowing down. So let me read this. The theme for you next year is the person year 2, which is patience and love. The year next year, 2024 for you is all about slowing down, cultivating patience. After the 3 year period of intensity of transformation, which is the personal year number 891, this is your hall pass. Slow down, breathe, and focus on others. This is the year where time where your emotions and relationships take a front seat. Last year was most likely, so this year was most likely a career driven. This year is all about partnership, us. This year is devoted to love in all of its forms. So if you're looking for a partner, that's a good next year is a good year to find it. Or you're if not, you're gonna get people in your how you say in your energy with your type of thinking, or some people around you, you're gonna get the relationship is gonna get stronger. You know, so that's for Sky Falls for personal number for this year and next year, what to expect with the energy.
Wow. Okay, so let's see. We took care of Jason. We took care of Skyfall. Who else wants a reading?
Yeah, let me know. Be right back. I'm gonna get some water. Be right back.
Okay, you guys figure out who wants a reading. Come on, Alex is pretty bright. You got a good opportunity here. Take advantage of it. You love one? Cool. Okay. So when he gets back, you just need to give him your numbers. I mean, we're really lucky to have these people. I mean, we have Heather, who's so knowledgeable. She stays so apprised of things, and we're lucky to have Alex. And actually, we're lucky to have all of you. Y'all got your eye on the ball. You know what I'm saying? You've all got your special stuff that that you do. You've all got your talents, your knowledge, vast reserves of knowledge. Okay, so we got a couple people. Got Michelle and we got Scotty. Okay, cool. Well, I'm really glad to see you here, Scotty. We were a little worried about you. But I thought to myself, Scotty's pretty tough. I ain't really gonna worry about Scotty. Scotty is a tough guy. I think you'd scare anything that tried to happen to you. It's hard to kill us, folks, really. We're not that easy to kill. Are we back? Looks like we're back.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, we've got two people here. We've got um
Oh.
looks like it's an oven over there where you are. I can tell it's pretty hot where you are. Are you having a lot of trouble with the heat where you are, Alex?
Um. Like that. Okay. No. Well, no. It's hot in Aruba, but not really what they're
Not
talking
like we've
about.
been having. Somebody here must be having trouble with the heat because I keep feeling that.
It's it's hot here right now, but it's yeah, Aruba is always hot actually. So yeah. So,
But nothing unusual.
no.
Somebody must be overheating right now. Whoever you are, will you please take care of yourself and drink some water, have some salt, eat a little bit of salt so you don't have problems. I just had to help somebody who almost went in for heat stroke. Okay, Michelle Cannon Free, her numbers are 717, 1972. All of these sevens in there.
Yeah,
717,
a lot of.
1972.
I know Michelle is a life pet 7.
Mm-hmm.
Same as you.
Okay, so I think a lot of us here are life path 7, in fact. Isn't that so, folks?
Yeah, there's a lot
Let
of
me
life
know if
pet.
I'm right or wrong. I do believe that most of us are life path 7 in here. It seems like a lot of us, which means we're intellectual philosophers. Um, and Scotty Boy is 4169.
Okay, I got it. Let me see. Um,
So Michelle,
oh,
you're definitely a 7, and you're in here with the rest of us 7s. So welcome in. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the Life Path 7 Club here on Ocean's Deep Woo,
uh,
where we're basically a support group for empaths.
Yeah.
Empaths, star seeds, magical people of all sorts. Oh boy.
Okay, with Michelle. Yeah, I told her about she knows about the life path 7, and she is. Oh yeah, Michelle is in a very special year actually. Not a lot of people are in that type of energy year. Another famous person, which is Michelle, is in a personal master number 22 4 year. Another person in that year is Elon Musk, and he's in that
Ooh.
in a 22-year you're building, but on a bigger level. You know, you're expanding. If you have a business, you're gonna expand it 10 times as much as it is. Um, Another person that in the media that talks about, that's exposing people, inspiring a lot of people, which is according to the he's in a personal um, master number 11 year, and he has been waking up a lot of people with the 11 energy, which is Mel Gibson, and he has another few documentary coming out. So those two I have checked. They're what they're doing, Elon Musk and Mel Gibson, and very interesting. Both of them are in a master number year.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
that is very elevated company you're with there. That's cool.
So Michelle, this year was about building on desires. You know, where do you want to go? Where do you see yourself? Planning, organizing. That has to do with the last year was a creative year, more a social year. This year is on to working. It's time to work hard and sharpen your skill set. Um, After last year, chances are you have few projects, work needed to be tended and nurtured. There's more activity requiring hard work and set foundation to wherever you're working on. So, what's your desire? What do you want to bring in this reality? What do you want to build? You know, okay. I told Michelle about the vision board. So, vision board is a good way to also to start. You know,
Vision board.
yeah. And with Michelle, also, let me see the other one. Let me see here. Oh yeah, Jason. Jason also in a 4 year, and Jason and next year Jason gonna be in a 5 year, same as Michelle. Let me give here. Oh yeah, but you're gonna see with the travel type. But the person year 5 is a lot of expect a lot of changes to happen um in the person year 5. So I know Michelle is gonna go through a big change next year, and the theme is freedom and change. What does freedom
Ooh.
mean? What does freedom mean to you? More time, more money, a different job, different uh, I say partner situation, or there's a lot of up and down. So the key for this for 2024 person year is flexibility, adapt, being able to adapt and focus. Otherwise, drama may also be a recurring theme in the 5 years. So lots of unexpected opportunities are bound to come your way. So be open to trying new things. Um, so that's the I say that's the energy for Michelle next year, the 5. So Michelle, you're gonna go through big things next year, all for the growth.
Okay, who's next?
Next I have Scotty.
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 Scotty. Then
Scotty.
Witchy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, then Witchy. Okay. Um, the Witch I don't have her birthday
Witchy
number.
is 3/11/1973.
1973. Okay.
Yeah, I absolutely love you guys. You're all brilliant. You really are. You don't realize how brilliant you are. Um, but it doesn't surprise me now looking at what the numbers are like. It doesn't really, should not really surprise anybody. Anyway, go right ahead.
Okay. Just doing one more number. Give me a minute. Calculation. I'm doing this so I don't miss the number. Miss
All
any
right.
number. No wrong calculation. Okay. Sometimes I do it out of my head too. Can do it out. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, let me do this then. It's good that I did the calculation at first. I can do Richie and Scotty at the same time. Uh,
Ooh.
because, okay, see, yes, you two, okay. Yeah, it's because of the attitude number. It's the same. Okay, for you two. Different form,
Wow.
but it's okay. Scotty is a life path 3. That's the communicator. So a lot of life path 3 are, you can say, counseling. They're very good in counseling. It's all about self-expression and communicating with people. Being a way to um, express yourself so people would listen. You can say. Um, Let me see. And you're in a double 3 too. Interesting. Interesting. Because you're a life battery and you're in a how you say uh, in a personal tree. So with the life battery, the mission to become the creative communicator is by facing the challenge of being silent, you know. So that's with the life battery. You have to overcome that and not hide back where you know what people might think or say, but just go and express yourself. That I see with life battery they have problems with. And oh yeah, Witchy is also a life path 7. There's a lot of 7 here tonight.
Yeah, I
Uh,
told you.
Michelle is a 7, Witchy is 7, the Ocean is 7. I think I calculated another 7.
I'm a 7. Yep.
Uh, Angel Wings was a 7 too.
I
Yeah,
told you. There's a bunch of sevens in here. There
and
got to
we're in
be
a
a reason, folks. There got to be a
and
reason.
we're in a 7 universal year, and next month is the 7 universal month. We're the 7 universal year. Yeah. So yeah, the
Hmm.
7 is all about how you say it's known as the truth seeker knowledge. They use their mind a lot, analyze things from different perspectives. A lot of spiritual people are like that 7 shamans are 7. Most of them are 7. Um, could be 11 too, but most of them are 7. So the 7 is using the mind to analyze things. You know, that's the
And I
secret.
do. I hate to tell you, but it's very true. I guess I don't
Mhm.
hate to, but it's
Yeah,
true.
that's where the that's where the life path 6 and 6 I mean 7 the and Scotty and Witchy are both in a personal year 3. Both of them are in the same, so you guys are in the same personal year 3. So the year
Uh-huh.
3 was the year, this theme year for Scotty and Witchy is self improvement and creativity. This year for anything and everything self improvement related. It's all about fun, creativity, and tapping into your expressive emotion. Understand that this could be also a year where you'll be challenged to work on expressing your emotion clearly and practice. So you'll be offered plenty of opportunities to practice this. Ultimate lesson for this year is to reside in finding your joy and developing, acting upon your creativity and speaking your truth. So that you're gonna be challenged. I see a lot of people also in the 3 year has been gone into like arguments that they don't understand, but is just to for them to learn how they can communicate and express themselves with people so people will understand. And if the one that you express yourself they wouldn't understand, then maybe find another way. Or if not, if you've tried anything, then you have to take another pattern with that person. So the key is self-expression and your creativity. What's your hobby? What do you like to do for fun? And it's a very socializing here. You're gonna meet a lot of people in a personal year three. You will meet different types of people. So it's gonna be all teach you to communicating and expressing yourself. So that's for whiskey and God.
Express yourself. Yeah, so everybody's a seven. Well, not everybody, but most people here are a seven. Isn't that interesting? I find this sort of thing so. Here I go analyzing. Well, there, here, it is exactly what we're saying. Now I'm analyzing why are all the sevens all together? Yeah. How are all the sevens attracted right here, right now, in my show? But I guess it makes sense. We're interested in the same kind of thing. We think similarly. Well, that kind of makes sense, I guess. Shouldn't be a surprise. Uh, so who else we got here?
Yeah, and next year for Scotty and Witchy is a 4 year. So what do you want to build? What do you want? Where do you see yourself? It's going to be the energy of working on your desire next year, planning, organizing, and being in the 8th year is a year for manifesting all material. So business, it has to do with business. So if that you're going to be in a four personal year next year, if you're building on something next year, a desire, work on it because it's going to manifest.
Wow.
Oh, Scotty says, so Alex gets to the point. Pants on or pants off? I don't know. If you're going in public, not pants off. You have to have pants on. If you're in house, pants off. Depending where you are. Lol.
Flaming unicorn energy. Guys are so hot flashes. Oh
A
my god.
pantless society. I don't know. Oh well, I know there's a flash coming. Not I don't know when it's gonna reach here, but it's coming. And then we're gonna be in a different frequency than this one. I put it that way. That's why it's good to work on yourself, especially this year. It's all about self improvement. Uh, Maybe doing spiritual practice, meditation, uh, working on your heart desires. Also, um, see the things that trigger you. Work on your past trauma, overcoming it. It all has to do with uh, uh, growing. It's all about self growth.
Growth.
And
Scotty, those growths. It's time for you to think about those growths, Scotty. I'm teasing Scotty. But anyway, I'm just teasing him.
well,
Whole life has been a hot flash since age 9? Oh, holy crap. I wouldn't want that. I remember hot flashes. I don't get them now, but they were terrible. Okay, so anyway, like I said, enough about me. Um,
well, see everybody in the chat.
age 9.
Also,
Gee, poor thing. Oh, what? What's on your mind? He's wanting something. Okay, I may have to. I'll tell you what. Um, Rose, dude, Rose, it would be an honor to. You guys are fun. Um, I may have to. What? Oh, I see. Okay, I get it. There you go. You okay now? I have to take a bio break. Now I know that Alex is interesting enough. But if somebody else wants to also come up and chitty chat, let me also open it up to other. I'm going to let Alex take it away. What would you say would be, unless you want to take a break too, Alex? Are you feeling okay?
No, yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so hold it down for a few minutes. I really need a bio break. I have been drinking a lot of water to make sure I don't expire over here because it's
No, it's
been
good.
quite hot. And I'll be right back. Yep, you got to
All right,
take a bio break.
it's good. Um, yeah, does anybody else want me to do the numbers and see what energy they're gonna be working with next year? You see the numerology, I see it as a map. It's a guidance map, you know. So and the number correlates. I've done a lot of people for sure more than 100, 200. I don't know. I lost count. And it always correlates. It always correlates. So if I found this, yeah, there's truth in here, and yeah, it correlates also with the year we're in. You know, although we're using the Gregorian calendar and you have the 13 moon cycle too. You know, but yeah, it correlates. But yeah, you can just, you know, if we know that the new year is not December 31, it's actually in March or the beginning of April, you celebrate it there, no? I know there's few people that celebrate it, you know, or yeah, they celebrate it during that time. There's a lot of culture around the world that do it different times. So yeah, okay. Let me see. Mary Wing. Okay, so 10:30. So that's April. So I'm check your person year number then. That's Mary Wing. And let me see. Out Chloe. Chloe 12 and 82. Oh, 82, another 82. Hey, there's a lot of this the third 82 I encountered. Interesting. I remember one on Amber Stream. I did reading there. I got all the master numbers, and now today is a lot of person life path 7 numbers. Interesting. Um, okay. Oh, 51. Okay. Yeah, I know you're a life path 3. Uh, Mary. You're one of the first one I did. Okay. Uh, okay. Let me do the calculation. I know. Yeah. Let me check the Mary first. Mary is 30 of April. I mean 30 of October. So almost this. Yeah, this October is gonna be interesting. This October, you might see a financial crash, or well with the market, or also maybe financial crash because there's a lot of countries right now are uniting and moving from the dollar. So yeah, you're gonna see something there. Okay, 11. Oh, interesting. Mary, you're in a 11 personal year. You're in a master number year, right? So this was a very intuitive year for you. Um, very high, Mary. Yeah, this year has a very high spiritual year for you. We're in a 7 university year, and you're in a master number 11 personal year. Okay, let me check. Chloe, Chloe is 12. Two. Yeah, in America they put the month first, so the month first of February. So it's February. Okay, 82. Oh, wait, Chloe, you're also a 7? 7. That's another 7. You're also alive at 7, Chloe. Interesting. A lot of sevens. There's I don't know how many. I think there's the sixth or seventh life path here. There's 7. Interesting. The sevens are coming out. They have a lot of knowledge and wisdom in them. 7 also have to do with wisdom. Uh,
I'm back. Yeah, it looks like we 777777777. See, we have all this stuff in common. We have a lot more in common than we even know, and here we are all clustered together over on my channel. Now it makes sense, huh? Finally. I just can't get over that, how that works. It's always so interesting to me how that actually just seems to be the way it always works.
yeah, it correlates. It's all divine. It's all divine. This through
It
this
is,
also
it's amazing.
I encountered there's a higher creator controlling everything in this. They say it's a matrix. I call it more a divine matrix because it's controlled. It's controlled by a higher being.
Yeah, controlled by a higher, much
Yeah,
higher.
yeah, very high. Well, the creator, prime creator,
Yes.
prime. I call it prime creator. So
Well, a good name. It's just I just call it, yeah, the collective God.
yeah, you can call it that. It's called different names. You know, no,
Yeah.
yeah, God, uh, universe.
Or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I don't care what you call it as long as you know what? That's another thing. Uh we as far as being a how would um how would a much higher being than us ever get upset about what you were going to call them? I mean,
Our
how would
source knows if when you
it,
say source knows the intention behind it. You know,
right, knows what's in your heart. So
exactly.
so it doesn't really matter that much. All that matters is your intent. So that's another thing. I think people worry too much about and argue about, and you don't need to be arguing about that kind of thing. Really, kind of fruitless to argue about these things. Like arguing whether I'm sorry, but for me, arguing whether or not the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's I have encountered a lot of that. I personally don't believe the Earth is flat. It's actually hollow, and I don't really go in discussions because I like pushing that. I'm like, okay, if the Earth is flat, does it make a difference? You know, doesn't make it. The same people are in control system. You have to take care of the
The really
awakening.
important things are still going to happen regardless, no matter what. See, I believe it's a matrix.
Yeah, I can call it
So,
that.
yeah. So, if it's a matrix, it could look like anything. You could tweak a few lines of code and it could look like anything.
We can change it too. We can
So,
change it too.
I mean, we already know reality can change on a dime, folks.
Yes, we,
Absolutely.
we collective with as a collective with the same thought and mind. We can. There has been proven that people that have been meditating together, they have done this experiment in different parts of the world. When group large of people come together and meditate for unity, peace, that the crime rate in that area dropped down.
That's right.
So that has been proven to work.
That is proven. That is a
That
fact.
has been
They can
documented.
no longer refute that. There is evidence. So,
Yeah,
no, they can't sit there and no, no, no. No, we've got evidence. They did it as an experiment, and things changed. So this just tells me to just stop listening to people who are full of crap.
That's true. That's
Just
true.
stop listening to people who are full of crap.
Don't give them your energy, your power. Energy, energy flows where your attention goes. So don't give them
Right,
your energy.
right. Remember who the power is here. We have
Yeah,
God in us. We have the spark of Creator. We're the power here. We are the power in our lives. God, us, the God in us.
yeah.
It's all a part of the same thing. Okay, so really, so I don't argue with people about this stuff. I just let them have their beliefs. But honestly, I think planes would probably crash if they were lying about that. I mean, yeah, I can't see how they would be able to, you know, navigate air. I don't see how,
Yeah,
everybody's ships and everything wouldn't get lost if they, I don't see it. I'm sorry, but some
no, I know.
people,
There's a lot of I see that as a psychological operation was from the CIA to get the people attention focused on that and not the other stuff because there's
yeah,
a lot of proof
focused
that
on.
there's a lot of proof out there that the Earth is not flat, but um, everybody needs to learn in their own way. Well, an example I can give you is the lunar eclipse. When the lunar eclipse is when the Earth, you have the sun and the let me see, the moon, the moon. No, the Earth is. Oh yeah, I'm trying to say in my head. The Earth is between. Yes, the Earth is between. So the lunar eclipse, you have the sun, the Earth between, and then the moon. When you have the lunar eclipse, is the Earth's shadow is casting on the moon, and when you see the Earth's shadow, it's round, circular. It's not flat. So that's one way you can see it is with the Earth's shadow.
And they also, but then they'll hear something like that and they'll say, but that could be maybe it's actually like uh, a discus, like a record, like a disc shape. And then we're only seeing the curved part, or the moon is a projection. I've heard that too. Moon is just a
Oh,
projection.
no, well, no, the moon is not a projection. That's what I encountered too. But that's the thing. I know a lot of things about the moon, and the moon was actually brought here thousands of years ago. I got that information from the Zulu shaman, Credo Mutwa. They have history from the Zulu that goes thousands of years, and they kept it on sort of a ring that he carry around his neck. Um, and they talked about the two moons too. That we had, there was a time that we had two moons. They call the moon an egg, meaning it's hollow. And I know two Russian scientists have studied the moon. They said the moon is not normal compared to the other satellite. It's too big. Our moon is bigger than Pluto. And also NASA, I know, has put dynamite on the moon and exploded it, and it ring like a bell for hours. So that correlates with what Credo Mutwa is saying, that the moon is actually an egg.
It's
It's hollow.
hollow.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw the Crater Mutwa stuff too. And yeah, the moon is actually something that was moved in here.
yeah,
Um, our, people don't realize this, but our solar system, um, it has been moved around. I mean, it moves around. Not only does it move around the galaxy, but it has had planets moved in and out of it on a fairly regular basis. In
yeah.
fact, I wanted to say it on the other show today, but um, the thing about it being, we had some kind of a catastrophe. We know that, Some of it was when Venus came through. Venus wasn't always in the position it is now. And when it came flying by us, and this was, I think, the Thunderbolts project, and you can still find that on YouTube, talks about this. Thunderbolts project. We had a whole planet shift and come through here, and it made a lot of problems because originally our sun was Saturn. Apparently, do they talk about? Did Credo? I forget. Did Credo ever talk about our first sun being Saturn, a different sun? Did he talk about that?
Um, that I don't remember specifically. Maybe
I'm trying
because
to remember. But he did talk about the moons. He did talk
yeah,
about the moons, and
yeah.
the moon in particular. He did. And I remember that. And he had a lot of information. He knew about the aliens. All of the indigenous people know about aliens, okay? They all do.
Oh
That's
yeah.
yeah. All the
So yeah,
indigenous.
no, that's true. The yeah, the ancient, a lot of ancient tribes, they have a lot of, they know that we're not alone. The same with the Dogon tribe in Africa, they had communication with the Sirius beings. They have it written there in the cave where the stars are, and there was before they had a telescope here that they could see it. Um, so yeah, there's highly evidence. A lot of the ancient tribes know about it. Um, yeah, and also with the moon, I've seen a lot of structure on the moon and also in the crater. So for me, for them to say that the moon is not, it's a holographic, I'm like, yeah, right. This, I don't know where you got the information about this. The information I got is from the ancient tribes and what real scientists have studied and looked at the moon. But there's a lot of scientists that like goes into find things like that's not with the narrative. They're being silenced or suppressed. That I have encountered with the scientists.
Well, there is a YouTuber who I don't know I think his channel may be off the air now, called Goggle something or other, uh, who talked about this stuff. And I mean, even John Levy mentioned his site, and I went there, but I found he has this theory of crater Earth. Okay, and there are people who have really taken crater Earth to heart. And I entertained the notion, just like I entertained flat Earth for a few minutes, and they're going, okay, let's see. And actually, it's a test of if you can, how open is your mind? Can you entertain for a few minutes that maybe everything you've been taught is wrong? But in this case, some of the other videos that he did were so obviously not, no. They were a definite no. So I thought, no, this guy doesn't have it. But you got to realize that everybody's got their way of viewing these things, and I guess the thing I'm trying to say is, don't argue with people. Just it's best to just let them go if they've got an opinion like that. They'll fight you. They will. And
At
they'll
least
be
you plant,
very insulted.
at least you planted the seeds. And then if yeah, then let it go. And afterwards we're like, oh, that person wasn't crazy after all. But a lot of people need to learn the hard way. That's uh, that's about it. A lot.
And I don't mean to insult anybody, but
The planet is on a delay. Put it that way, big delay. The most people then, but they're catching up slowly right now. They're getting where we are now. You know, slowly.
yeah,
So that's good.
eventually it'll catch up. I hope.
Oh yeah, because this planet is very active. There's a lot of things. We're not the only one on, not even on the surface. there's a lot of things on the surface too on this planet that people have no idea about. And I
There's a
think
lot of things going on. Wow, that is
it-
an understatement, my friend. A
yes,
lot of things going on this planet. There sure is.
there's different underground cities all over this planet with high vibrational beings living there, and then you have in Earth too. You have the other ones like in Mount Shasta. That's the root. Like as we have chakra, our body have chakra points. Earth also have chakra points. Earth is living being, Mother Gaia, and
Absolutely.
the Earth
And
root.
meridians, just like we have meridians. Yeah.
Yes, that also. So you can say the meridians are the ley line, the
Yep.
ley line. So the Earth heart chakra is at Mount Shasta, and in Mount Shasta, what I understand, those are the refugees from Lemuria went into Mount Shasta, and there's a city there in the mountains still active. Apparently, the
There's
whole
apparently an entrance to inner Earth, right?
yes, there's an entrance there also to inner Earth, and the city there is called Talos. It's made completely, what I understand, from crystal, and there's high vibration beings there. But around that mountain, there's different type of beings too, good and bad too. But in that mountain, there's a big giant city there, and yes, it's connected to the inner Earth.
That's what I hear.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Desert Rose says, Angel, I totally saw you on a dragon flying way up. What is the connection there? Ah, ah. Oh, but your eyes are golden and honey colored. Yeah, that's another thing that can change its eye color. Did you know people with multiple personalities? This is another thing that really will throw you if you think about it too much. They don't tell you, they don't, they don't mention this stuff much. But people who have multiple personalities, their personalities can have different diseases and maladies and different eye colors, even.
What does that
Uh,
tell you? The
well,
diseases and all of them, if their personality manifests in different diseases, it starts all with the mind. So the
yep,
mind is the one stable.
yep. It
What you
starts
think
with
of,
the mind, yeah.
yeah. So they're creating
Bec-
it, they're manifesting it. Each personality is manifesting into to the state that they are.
exactly. So basically, and they found this out because I guess there was a case, and my friend Paul was telling me about this, where they had one that was not diabetic until she switched to a different one of her other alts, but one of her alts was diabetic and had to have insulin. And actually, I think one of the things that's going on here that we got to remember too, we are suffering as a species from a type of brain damage. We have been so um, abused, gaslit, all of the things that narcissists do. That that's one of the things. Extreme trauma can shatter the personality. And that's how they get the MK Ultra stuff to happen. And people have talked about this. Um, and I know that we can actually split ourselves into more than one part. That's how we all became separate, I guess, in the first place. Apparently, like the story is, we were all one. Well, how is it that we became many? Well, apparently, we can infinitely divide ourselves if we want to. And how do I know that? Because I can bilocate. I can even trilocate. So, and so this MK Ultra stuff, they can split people into, I guess there is a finite number that each individual can split into, but it's something like 2,500 different fragments. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And they can each have a slightly different personality. That's what uh that's what the one experiencer told me. That she was trying to collect all her pieces parts, and but there's so many of them. And some of them spoke different languages. Some of them
Damn.
spoke German.
Yeah, that's deep. I don't know how you gonna control that.
All I know is that I can do it if I have to. I've done it before when me and one of my friends was fighting something, that there were many of them. All of a sudden, I had to be in more than one place. And this was in the etheric realm. And all of a sudden, I was. And I've seen it happen with others too. There was one time we had to close what we called the infiniportal. There was this portal that was spewing some kind of negativity into a river.
Mm.
And when I looked at it, I went to close it because one of my prime skills is closing and opening portals. When I went to close it, I looked at it and I said, there's something very weird here. This is not a normal portal. And I said to my partners who were also working on this with me, I said, come here, you got to see this. This is all etheric. And, but we were talking to each other like over the phone. And it's like, uh, do you see this? There's more than, and I'm trying to close this thing and I'm trying to hold on to it. It starts moving. It starts moving and it looks like a snake or something. It literally was a portal, a portal, a portal, a portal, a portal, a portal, a portal. Like a portal and a portal and a portal and a portal, and it just went snaked way back. I'm going, guys, how in the hell am I going to close this? I don't understand how I'm going to close this. And as I'm trying to close it, it took on a life like a garden hose. It was like a freaking garden hose. And I'm like, I'm going to need some help here. And I actually saw one of my teammates, and I guess they'd done it before. So I said, okay, we'll take care of this. Split himself into a bunch of them. We closed them all at once. And I said, okay, now that I've never seen, but I bet if you can do it, I can do it. So, because I can do almost anything like that once I know it's possible. So, yeah, I mean, this was the strangest thing I'd ever seen. Right? We called it the infiniportal after that. And we're still trying to figure out what the heck, where the heck, how was it manufactured? Who would have manufactured something like that? How would it have happened? But no wonder people were having such weird experiences in that area. Well,
Oh,
anything would be coming through there.
so you're
Yep.
thinking? That's why I was thinking the person that has multiple personality that spoke different language, was that person possessed by other entities?
I thought of that too. And I think sometimes that is also true. I think that can also happen
Yes,
because I think the
that's what.
person can take on another and be possessed and end up being that being instead of themselves, just like a channeler does. And I also think, well, I think they're both true. I think they're both quite possible. But I
Yeah,
know
because
that I spoke German at one point. I was we were trying to do some. We were working on something. We were working on healing the land around our area here in Ohio, and all of a sudden, I started speaking German, and I didn't know German. Yeah, I've even had that, but yeah, German, I guess, is also the language.
But
Oh, it's a
could
very long story, but
but could it be you had ancestors that were German and you activate that part of the DNA in you?
well, it could be, or we were getting in touch with the earth. It could have been people who lived on the land because there would be Pennsylvania Dutch around here and they would speak German.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh okay, yeah. There's a lot.
Then
Yeah,
there's also some space going from some of the secret space program people insist that there is a group of space going people who speak German and they're Germans. They're not Nazis, they're German.
I know who you're talking
Um,
about. Yeah.
so which thing was going on, I wasn't sure because I don't speak German. I had no idea what I was saying. Nobody spoke German, but they heard me speaking it. It's like, that sounds like German, dude. It's like, holy cow, I have no idea what I'm saying. And then another one of the psychics was saying, well, I think you're talking about this, and, was going, I'm getting the impression it's like this. It's like, oh, okay. I had no idea, but I've heard of this before. As a matter of fact, one of the secret space program experiencers, the 20 and back program, said that she was had memories returned to her of everything she'd done, and she tried to record them, but when she played it back, it was all in German. And then, or something. No, she remembered it, but it was all in German, so she couldn't translate what her thoughts were somehow, what the thoughts of this person. I'm thinking, God, that would be so weird. That one of her personalities, one of her shards, spoke in German. So when she was um, recalling all this stuff, she was recalling it all in German, and she couldn't. Once again, nobody could tell her. I don't think they record. Yeah, they didn't record that. It would have been interesting to record it though. I wish somebody would have recorded that when it happened to me, so that we could actually ask a German person and see if it really was German and what the heck happened there. Was that really German? And if so, what is it? What did it mean? But I found out that some of the star language I speak is um, actually has some meaning in Greek Latin, which is a very, very old language. And strangely enough, I suspect Latin is actually the controller's language, the people who have been pushing the buttons around here for a long time, because law is in Latin, if you think about it. Science has a lot of Latin terms. Law has a lot of Latin terms. They say it's a dead language. I don't think so. I think it's possibly a language that was brought here. So some of these things that I say actually do have meaning in Greek Latin that I didn't. So I have looked into it that far. I know,
Okay.
really weird stuff. I don't know where I was going with that or what sparked that. What happened there? Oh, yes, that different personalities can have different blood types, different diseases, and different eye colors, and yeah, and it all comes from your consciousness.
Yes.
You're right.
Um. Yeah. And with the German part, yeah, that's strange. I know there's an underground um German city in Antarctica. I don't know if they're still active. There were about 4 to 5 million Germans there, and they had crafts that go to the moon and Mars. They were traveling around, German-speaking group. And I know in the Second World War, you had the Brill Society, which were a group of women with extremely long hair that were psychic. They were communicating with, you can say, extraterrestrial. They were the intermedium for Hitler. And I know there were also a group there in Germany that built a ship and then left Earth. And they were German speaking too. So I don't know. With the person that you said, maybe they have been communicating with those people, or they had experience, or they went to the underground German bases. Because I know on the moon there's also,
You're talking about the Vril Society,
yes, the Brill Society.
the
Yes,
women with the very long hair.
yes, yes. There
Yes.
was, that's one part, and you have the other one that you can say are the Nazis speaking that went to the moon and they have base in Antarctica and Mars too. But I think the one in Mars and the moon was safely left. Not sure, but we're gonna find out in the future. But yeah, with the multiple personality, yes, it could be that the person is possessed. Like for example, the one of that also took place in Germany, which is the exorcism of Emily Rose. She also at the point started talking different language, and she was clearly possessed by different entities. So trying to get through her, take control of her. I think she had about 9 or 10 or something entities attached to her.
Wow. Um, but boy, we've got everybody now talking about changing blood is really me. It's like changing outer appearance is one thing, but changing your blood type. Yes, actually, this person managed to somehow the blood type changed. Gosh, I wish I could get that info. I'm going to have Paul um, bring that information. He's got like a million books at his place. He's trying to rebuild the Library of Alexandria. We got to have him back on. He's been so busy at his new home, feathering his new nest. But we got to have him on soon. Near death experience, NDE, near death experience.
Yeah, I've been looking
um,
also got into that, and the near-death experience that correlates also with numerology. That we choose our name, we choose our life. Everything is planned from the beginning. You choose your parents and you choose your life lessons, all through for learning, for your spiritual learning and growth. You know. So yeah, it correlates. Very interesting. There was one lady that went through a lot, and she had a near-death experience, and she was there counseling with the people, and she was like, "No, I don't want to go back." And they were like, "Okay, here's another person then, or the life that you can go into." And this, she saw the whole life of the baby then, what's gonna happen, and it's gonna be worse than what she went through. And then she was like, forget about it. I'm just gonna go back to my own body then. You know.
that is what I warn people who are thinking of taking their lives about. If you didn't accomplish whatever purpose you came here for, whatever it is you wanted to learn, if you don't learn it, your soul is going to want to come back and learn it. And a lot of times you're going to come back into the same situation or maybe a little worse.
Yeah,
So you might as well push through it while you're here the first time and get it
yeah,
over with.
yeah,
As scary as it is, and get it over with and get it done because, I guess Earth is a very long school system. I mean, we learn a lot of lessons here, but the lessons we learn, some of them are very grueling, but they can be lessened a little bit with your state of consciousness. Your state of consciousness can change everything. In fact, somebody showed me an excerpt from the book of the, was it the Egyptian Book of the Dead? I can't remember which Book of the Dead was. No, it was something from the, it was East Indian deities they were talking about. So it was one of their books. But it was talking about how when a person dies, if they see angry blood drinking gods, what you're supposed to do. They say sometimes when a person is in a very bad place when they die, a very bad frame of mind, they'll see angry, bloodthirsty demon gods. But if that happens to you, and actually, I'll pass this on because who knows? But if that happens to you, what you're supposed to do is remember that those angry, bloodthirsty gods, monstrous gods, are still God. That that's actually a disguise, and that they're actually God. There's God in them. So if you can, and really, what you're doing is you're flipping your consciousness to what you're perceiving. Um, and they'll turn right into the God version, the good guy version. Um, to me, this says this is the way we do reality too. I mean, this is probably true while we're still alive. Like I said, I think we could intend and with our minds, we could probably completely eliminate and exterminate all of the archons, all of the controllers, and all of that if we could flip our consciousness around to do that. I think we could actually just eliminate them, which is why a lot of times when I'm really kind of, and Cowboy is meowing when I'm saying this. Really? You're agreeing? Are you agreeing with me? Wow. I guess cats don't have a problem with that. At least Cowboy Cat doesn't. Yeah, so basically, what I try to remember to do is flip it around and say, okay, show me the God. Where's the God in this? Because God is hiding in here somewhere. And
Well,
that will change your vibe enough to change there you go. Here he goes again. Okay. Well, anyway, what were you going to say, Alex?
yeah, I never heard about. Well, I heard that sometimes you see some dark. I wouldn't call them gods. Maybe they would have some bit of them. They were created by the prime creator, but they're just entities. Yeah, I call them like enter entities. Yeah, you have the spiritual entities, or they call it spiritual parasites, which is the archons. Um, but just know we're more um powerful than them. Don't fall. I don't
We
know.
are
Yeah,
more powerful than they are.
yeah. So it would come down to not fall into the fear state with us. You know, it's also depending how you live on this planet. If you were living in negative, well, yeah, that's what you're gonna show them. That's
That
what you're
seems
gonna
to
be.
be part of the game is that we get thrown into this negative stuff and then we somehow got to learn how to consciously shift our vibe until we just do it unconsciously, you know? Because I was terrified most of my life. I spent most of my life terrified. In fact, there are times when I find myself in survival mode. I get panic attacks from time to time when something weird happens and surprises me. I can still go into um, a sort of a PTSD, and I think most of us on the planet have a sort of PTSD, which is a type of brain damage. But if we can, in the midst of that, remind ourselves that we do have the power to change anything, any of our experiences into something less threatening, because we're ultimately designing our reality. And that this has got to be something in my iceberg, in my subconscious iceberg. Then we can change the experience of whatever it is, no matter what it is. And
Yeah.
yeah, I guess people's lives have changed on a. This is part of the way that we change reality really quickly. But this is also esoteric. I'm. I hope I'm not getting too. Am I getting too deep? No, I'm not getting too deep for you guys. You guys are deep. You guys are here for the deep, aren't you? Yeah, I think I'm okay.
You're okay.
Um, I think I'm okay. Um, let's see. What are they saying? You never tried to search the meaning of cult. We all started with spoken. Ah, that's happened to me. You know what? It's funny. There are people who 20 years later, after I've said something or more, and I after I told them something and they said that's crazy, then after it happens, yeah, I'll come back and say, oh my God, you told me that. I can't believe you told me that. One of them was quantum science is going to overtake the whole scientific field. Everything's going to turn Everything's pretty much going to turn quantum pretty soon. Watch. That was
Yeah.
back in college, and that was over 30 years ago.
But that's gonna happen now with the changes happening at the end of the transformation cycle that we're going through. Yes, at the end, the quantum physics is what we're gonna be getting. We should be getting in school. There's a lot of things they're not teaching in school, but the school system, everything needs to be changed. Is the medical system, the justice system, the schools, the education system, the financial system. So all of it is gonna be needed to crash for the new to come. But yeah,
Yeah, everything's going to be changing. If we can, that's why I'm trying. I guess this is part of my quest is trying to at least offer to people the idea. Oops, we lost. Oh, there you are. You're back. Good. Is that um, we are at a point now when we really do need to get our God selves back together. We really need to connect with that part of ourselves that can heal this planet, can heal ourselves and this planet. We really need it. There's no more time to waste. Hopefully, if I can impress that idea on enough people, maybe it changes something. Actually, I think it probably already has. There are some. I mean, if we can all do that, if we can all just start to impress people with the fact that you don't have to be, and quiet that horrible, you don't have to be afraid, and quiet that horrible PTSD that we've all been given to a certain extent. Some people handle it better than others, but I think we all kind of have it, to some extent or another, because I mean, something happens and we all go, you know, and I mean, it takes a master to not react badly to something like that. It needs somebody who's really cleared away all that stuff. So,
yeah, mastering your emotions. You know,
mhm, being able to master what your head is doing, what your head is telling you, with what your heart is telling you, with what your gut is telling you, is it's very tricky balance. That's another thing. The ancient druids, to them, things weren't like, see, for the Masons, everything's black and white, right? They have that black and white tile. With a lot of people, things are black and white. For the Druids, though, things were in threes. It wasn't black and white. Things happened in threes. Everything was threes and multiples of threes. And if you, interestingly enough, Tesla said the same thing. 369, right? So I think sometimes we're thinking of it wrong when we think. Now, I hate to use this term non binary because of what it means now. I think we have to think bigger than that. That we may actually be dealing with something bigger than just black and white. We may have actually do we even um, look at something and say that it's all right, all wrong, all black, all white, hardly anything ever is. Um, in Babylon, I believe it was Babylon 5, it was a great line that they had, that the aliens, I guess, had said. It was an alien saying, the truth is a three-edged sword, which really is closer, if you think about it, that would make sense. The truth may actually be more like a triune thing, you know? We might be um, we might be looking at this all wrong, is what I'm trying to say. We might be trying to fit everything into a dichotomy that doesn't really exist. That's actually a trichotomy, for lack of a better term. Maybe there's more than just. I mean, we would call it gray, you know. Um, but what if we looked at things and didn't see them as good or bad, but saw them as just experiences? Because I believe it was, yeah, it was the Bashar. Now, he said a lot of good things. I mean, no matter what you think Bashar actually was, there was a lot of stuff he said that was pretty cool. He said, nothing has any meaning except the meaning you ascribe to it. So nothing has any intrinsic meaning. It only has the meaning that we give it because we are the creators. So if we can remember that, we can actually change the significance of anything by remembering that we can decide what significance it has, what meaning it has. When we get really good at it, I think we're going to be able to heal every single thing that's going on in ourselves of PTSD. Oh, here I am. I'm on a roll again. I'm on a rant. Sorry. I got a guest here. What do you think? What do you think, Mr. Alex?
About the PTSD.
Yeah.
I've seen that, for example, people that have gone into war that got like PTSD that is always on the edge, that um, the plant ayahuasca has helped them a lot to be
Yeah.
more at peace, more relaxed. So
Very
this
healing.
for every dis-ease that we have, although it's mental, but sometimes we have a plant to help assist us in our healing and need to provide. So the ayahuasca, what I understand, has helped those people faster than compared to pharmaceutical doesn't really have, they only suppress it, but it's always there, so they don't overcome it. But the ayahuasca has helped them overcome it. So
I keep thinking I need to finally get around to doing that because I am overcoming. I am overcoming my um, my own problems gradually with these all these different techniques, but I hear ayahuasca does it a lot faster. And so one of these days, it's I'm going to have an opportunity to do something like that, and I shall. But I don't want to do this by myself. I
No,
don't
it's
want
not
to.
some. If I know other, how you say, women also want to do that, so maybe you can form a group of women in the future and go to. I saw a good place in Mexico in Cancun. I wanted to check one in Peru, but Peru you have to be jabbed up, so I'm not going there.
Mhm.
And in Costa Rica, there's also a good place. So for the closest to the U.S., there's one in Cancun, Mexico, and in Costa Rica. Costa Rica has a few that's good. So I've looked all into it already. I've looked around. The Ecuador also have good, and for Europe, you have Portugal and Spain that also give ayahuasca ceremony. So you have ayahuasca, you have San Pedro in North America. There, I think they have peyote, but peyote is, I think it contains DMT, but it's more masculine compared to the
Mhm. Yeah,
ayahuasca.
peyote's masculine.
Yes.
Yeah,
Um,
let's go.
also,
I think so too. That is something that, but then again, there are people who say you can be your own shaman. Like I said, if I were to do that, I would want to do it with somebody who's already done that.
yeah,
Who's
and
already I
for
wouldn't want to be. Yeah,
that plant, no, you have to do with the person that has experience with that.
that
You know,
knows
you
what they're doing. Yeah, it's better.
have because it's a very high spiritual plant. So you have to have procedures before you take it. You know, if you go take it and you're, for example, on pharmaceutical or you just drink alcohol, it's not gonna go good. It's gonna go really bad.
Right.
So that plant you have to have very high respect for it and prepare yourself mentally, physically,
Well,
and
you're
emotionally.
supposed to, yeah, fast and everything before you do it.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I know. There's a couple on YouTube that talks about it at Beyond the Veil that be your own shaman. But like I said, I would do it, but I don't want to go. I don't want to do it without somebody with me that's already done that. So
No, you have to go. That's why I was also looking for a person that has years and experience into that because yeah, you cannot just do it by yourself. If something goes wrong or you have to come
yeah,
back,
if something goes wrong, you're going to want a person there with you.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm not that much of a psychonaut that I would
like
want to try and do that alone.
I am well a psychonaut, but I'm not gonna because I've done DMT. Well, not DMT. I've done LSD. I've done truffles, which is like mushroom. I've done mushroom too, and my
Mushrooms, LSD, yeah, that's different.
yes,
I hear Aya is a whole different thing, though.
yeah, no, ayahuasca is another level. DMT is another level. Same with
Hmm.
Ipoh or San Pedro. San Pedro is a cactus one. I think peyote in North America is also cactus form. Now it comes to mind. Yes, also cactus.
Yeah, peyote's cactus, yes.
Yes, and in South America you have a cactus type, what is called San Pedro, and that one you also get DMT out of it. Yeah,
You know what? There's got to be a way to do this that's actually fairly safe, and I'm going to ask for it.
yeah. There's a way. This like the ayahuasca way is a longer, deep. That's why I want to do that because it's a long, how you say, experience. It's few hours. But if you take smoke, you can smoke it too. That's also I want to try. Like when I roll a joint, put DMT in it and smoke it with the cannabis, and that you get also you go also deep, but the experience lasts for 5 to 15 minutes. So it's a very short experience compared to if you do, for example, magic mushroom on a high dosage, and if you do ayahuasca, because there's people that have done ayahuasca, but they didn't get the experience they wanted, and then when they done magic mushroom on in a high dosage, they got the experience that they needed or were looking for. But mostly ayahuasca gives you what you need, but not what you want. That's what I understand.
Right. What you need. If you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, and it isn't going to be all pretty colors. Usually it's going to, it might put you through some stuff before you get the gift that it's trying to give you. Um, I've heard all kinds of stories about it. I have got to say the strangest thing before it was outlawed or it was made up. The strangest thing I ever tried was salvia. Have you ever tried salvia?
that I because like I'm like a bit a psychonaut. I will want to experience all of it, see, so I can experience it and can tell people more about it. But I heard about salvia. I heard some people didn't have much good experience with it, but it's also the mind state. Because all I did, I never had a bad experience on the psychedelics I've done. Like mushroom LSD was all
I haven't
positive.
really either.
No, if you have to check the environment, and if you do with somebody, it has to be somebody that you trust, you know, and have good
Hmm.
music, meditative music in the background, and it's all good. Um, so yeah,
Yeah,
no,
don't go in with the intention to scare yourself silly. Like I think the stupidest thing was the trend we had when I was young. It was the stupidest thing when I was a teenager. You would get yourself, and a lot of people did this, and I refused. I absolutely refused. They'd get themselves very high on something, whatever it was, and then see the worst, scariest, most gruesome movie they could find.
damn, that's horrible. Why is that there?
And I'm
That's the
like, why would you do that?
damn. I will never do that. I don't even like watching horror movies. I like watch comedy. That's something to laugh or
Yeah, but
people love.
geez, I mean, are you trying to hurt yourself?
Yeah,
You
that's not good.
know? Oh,
You're looking for
geez.
low vibration. That's low vibration thing. Fear,
I
that.
know.
Yeah, you're just
I'm
gonna
like,
amplify that. Yes,
you
that's
guys are crazy. Yeah, that's what
okay.
people used to do. And I think that may be part of our problem. That was
Yeah,
a trend. That was a trending on TikTok sort of thing, but we didn't have TikTok. But it's the TikTok sort of trend. They have a lot of stupid trends on TikTok and stuff. They just,
yeah. I don't
but
have
yeah.
TikTok, but TikTok they is yeah a lot of stupid shit there. It's managed by the Chinese and China, and China
Hmm.
own TikTok. But their TikTok is not about dancing and things like it's about scientific discovery and things like that for the people to they put something there and everybody there has to go and research that and try to come up with things. You know, so they have like what we should all the world have, but they have it only for their use there. There's more a scientific learning based TikTok there compared to and what they give to the world is dancing, do stupid shit challenge and that type of thing.
Yeah.
And what
And
I
they
read,
give a different TikTok to children. Children were not allowed to have adult TikTok.
oh
That's
yes,
another thing in here.
I see.
But salvia was the weirdest, absolute weirdest thing. Very short, little too
Okay,
short.
okay,
Wish it would have been longer. But I was literally somebody else.
yeah.
This has happened to people. I was literally somebody else. I was a guy. I was a guy sitting in a room with a lot of other people. I was obviously not on Earth. We were
Uh,
human, but I know I wasn't on Earth. I looked out the window. We're not on Earth. I looked around the room. We're not on Earth. And I'm like, Holy cow. Man, I gotta tell you, this is the weirdest thing. And my friends were telling me, you're not who you think you are. No, no, you're not who you think you are. Um, they were saying, you're a guy, you're a guy, you're not a woman. He was apparently tripping that he was me. It sounded like. And I'm like, oh, that is really freaking weird. So, and this, it was this whole other place, this whole other vibe, this whole other, the place that we were sitting doesn't look like anything I've ever seen on earth. The people that I was with, they were dressed kind, everybody was dressed kind of funny, although they were still looked human. But yeah, they were trying to reassure me that, look, you're not who you think you are. And then I'm like, well, who in the heck am I then? Ah, and it only lasted, it just wasn't very long, and then it was like over. And I was like, well, what the heck? You know?
Could it be you access another version of yourself in another reality?
That's what I think. That's what I think. This guy, I think what happened, this guy was me. And he decided at the same time he was going to try something. And he ended up thinking he was, being me. And I, because it was just the funny way, it was so funny the way his friends were sitting around going, honey, you're not who guy or no guy. And they were, I don't know what they were calling it. I don't even think they were calling him a name. It was so quick. It was like, you're not who you think you are. You're really a man. You're a guy. You're not a woman. You're and
Yeah.
yeah. So when I
But some
got back, I never forgot that. I tried to draw the experience. If I drew the place, you know what it most looks like? At most, I would say the inside of the place looked a lot like the way they decorated the inside of Jeannie's bottle on I Dream of Jeannie. That's what it kind of looked like. Those decorations. It sort of looked like that. But it was huge. It was this huge room. Out the window, I'm looking and I'm seeing nothing that looks like Earth, nothing at all.
I damn. I read that Chloe. Oh, I also did the thing that.
I'm trying to look at the comments.
Oh yeah, no. I
Um,
Chloe also did Salvia, but she didn't have a real good experience on it.
oh yeah? What happened?
Let me see here. Let me go back. I have to go back. Uh, she was at work for 24 hours. She thought she was gonna die. Oh, she saw spirits everywhere. I mean, everywhere. They were real and turned my head. See bloody, decapitated head in my face, and damn,
Oh
I
gee.
left. Yeah,
Well, you know what?
I
She might have been a place where there were spirits everywhere. And she just couldn't see them until she did that. There there are places where I won't go because it's just too bloody. It's crazy. There's one place that I just wouldn't go. I mean, I had an experience there. I couldn't remember what the experience was, but I wouldn't drive through this area. If I found out, even though I didn't know I was on the road to there, I would stop and turn around and I'd look on the map later what was there, this area. So one of my friends went driving through there who was a psychic, and she said, what I saw was spirits all over the place. They were just like strung out like paper dolls, spread out like paper dolls all over the place. They were so close together, they looked like they were hooked together. And it was very dense with spirits. And I said, wow, maybe that's what, maybe something happened there, because I used to drive through that area. Then all of a sudden, I couldn't drive through there anymore. I would just like get really freaked out and want to go turn around. And so something
Oh
was
yeah.
definitely going on.
Oh yes. There you have that, like yeah, cemeteries. There you're gonna have a lot of that spirits wandering around, or at Mordis, the that place. What I saw a video, I think a few days ago, there was a guy that was doing Uber, and he's a medium. And the lady came in the car, and after a while, he was like, "Hey, I'm a medium, and there's a lot of spirits with you. I cannot take it anymore. I have to drop you off here. You have to get another Uber." And the
Ah,
woman was like, "Yeah, I work at a morgue." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that would make sense." So yeah, they were following her around, and he couldn't take it. They were all scattering and things like that.
oh my gosh, you know what? I would have to do that too because, if you've got too much of that action going, I can't, I can't handle it either. I can't take it either. It's too much. It's like a cacophony. It's like bedlam. Some people are living in a bedlam and don't even know it. Um, I know. You know what the funny thing is? Um, one of my friends got sort of a surprise acid trip once. My first thing I ever, my first experience was kind of a surprise. And the thing that I noticed is it got a little weirder, but really was exactly what I was actually already feeling like, what I actually already could see. I could just see it a little better. It was a little clearer. It was just, it was almost like it was more intense, but with everything that I already was, which I guess now it explains why they give it to there was an experiment when they gave it to a master. I don't know if it was I can't remember the whole story. Was it one of the monks or was it it was a holy man basically agreed to try it. And he actually felt no difference. And I think that really what was going on there is it opens something up, but if you're already open, it's really not going to be as intense as if you're not open at all. Like, I mean, as a psychic, as a medium, you're probably not going to have the same kind of experience as anybody else. It's just a person who's never been around any of that. So, never had anything like that or never done anything like that. Oh, Chloe. Um, okay, wait a minute. We got another person wanting a birth time.
Oh yeah, no, I have Chloe. The two that I have written down is Chloe and Mary. I have to do. Um,
Okay. Oh, Chloe did a lot of salvia.
oh yeah, I will want to try that. I'm gonna try, but you have to be in a positive mind state to what yeah, emotion, your atmosphere. You have to look at your atmosphere. I'm pretty sure you will get a good experience. All my psychedelics I've done. I had good experience, and I know the experience that you had. There was a guy that did it. I think live on a show that he took salvia, and then I think he was gone for 5 or 15 minutes, and then when he came back, he was telling that he was in another life, living there. He had a family and everything, and he had friends, everything, work for yeah. He was living there 3 months, and but
Yep. I heard
So,
about that one, and actually was kind of mourning the loss of his family. He missed
mm,
his family when he came back. It was like I had a family there. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I can see how that could happen. I mean, just a tiny experience I had, all these guys' friends were kind of worried about him. You know, they were trying to bring him back. Hey, dude, you gotta. I'm not even sure they were really talking to me. They might have just been mind speaking to me. I can't remember that part. It was just too weird, man.
no, but
So,
it correlates that we live in a multiverse, actually, that we have a different version of us in another reality. Um, and a lot of times what I see is with the psychedelics, you can access those different reality of himself. Um, like for example, when I dream, in your dream too, you can access different reality because mostly in my dream, I'm accessing a parallel reality of Aruba. The buildings look different, but the atmosphere, the beach is almost the same. It looks like Aruba, but it's not Aruba. And the same when I have the dream when I'm in the Netherlands. It looks like the Netherlands, but it's not the Netherlands. You know, the trees may be the different, but the building are different. Everything is different.
mhm.
So yeah, in dreams,
Yeah, yeah. I have a lot of these dreams where, you know, I I still think a lot of my dreams are maybe just cover memories or just pieces of where I am actually working on stuff.
it
But
could be
according to some people, I'm off working on things in the universe and I'm gallivanting all over the universe doing things. So,
yeah.
well,
And since we
what fun it is. Huh?
because in the dream state you can access the past, you can access the future, also the
Yeah.
relatives that communicate with people through dreams, the past relatives.
The
So yes,
shamanic dream time.
yes,
Well, that's the thing. I've tried to explain the shamanic dream time is where we're not limited. We're really not limited like we are here. We're unlimited. And you can go anywhere from there, really. You can go in any direction. And people say, you can't change, you know what? You can change the past.
you
You
can.
can. Hmm. But what's really going on is you're jumping timelines.
Yes, that's
You're
all.
actually not changing that past. You're changing the past for yourself. So basically, that past still exists back where you came from.
It
But
actually,
mhm. So, and it's a hard concept for people to get. You can change the past for yourself. It'll appear to be for everybody and it'll appear to be for your friends and everybody, but it was really just you jumping into a different version of yourself, of your life. And I've done it enough times that I really think that's why I really think that's why I've had all these anomalies. Why I've had these so-called Mandela effects is because I've actually done that a lot. And
but
so
on
small things will be different. And
yes,
that's why I was bringing that up is because small things will be different, but it will still be like it's still my life, but with little alterations, sometimes big alterations. So I've
yeah,
I've told people about it before. There was one time that when I left somewhere before I left, there was supposed to be a party, a costume party, and when we got back, there was never going to be a costume party. It was never going to happen. We call the person up. We're saying, okay, what time's about what party? It's like, we kind of look at each other. So when, the place where that just suddenly was there, I think that was a side effect of me shamanically going in and altering things in the past. And who knows where your effects are going to go. That's why it's so weird. You could go back and change, like they've had movies and stories and stuff about this. You go back and change a few things, and it could change a whole
Yeah,
bunch of things.
one small thing can change the whole direction. That's why it
Yeah.
is good to change. Yeah, you can change the present.
So it's really you've chosen a reality where that exists, but the reality where that exists is different in big ways or small ways than where you came from. But it's different because it's a different place. You've now gone into a different version. So I'm like, okay, but that'll drive you crazy if you try and think about it too much. I'm kind of used to it now, but when I first realized what was going on and I first was trying to figure it out, it really made me it really made me nuts for a while trying to figure out what happened. Why could this be? But you know. But that's there's a guy that does, have you ever heard of him? He does what he calls quantum jumping, and he's actually made a fortune doing this, where he uh goes and quantum jumps into a reality where whatever it is he wants to do, he's already done it. He's already knew how to do that, and he's already achieved success. And he asks himself how they achieved that success, how he achieved that success. And then he goes back and does what they tell him they did to achieve the success. I'm like, geez, I have got to figure out how to do that because that would be interesting. I guess you can take courses in it or something now, but you can actually, I guess, ask another one of yourselves without altering your current reality. You can go temporarily and ask one of yourselves that was successful in whatever you want to do how to do it. What do you think of that?
I know about that. Yes, this well, that's a method of doing it. Yeah, it comes down to the different reality of yourself, the multiverse, and you're trying to access them through meditation or a method. Try to access that version of yourself that you want to be, and then bring it in this reality. You know. So
Yeah,
yeah, I know that it's possible. Yeah,
I'm going to try and do that. And if I can actually do that, I'm going to bring it to you guys too. If I can figure out exactly how to do that, I guess I'm not sure I really want to take classes, so I might be a little too lazy for that or something. But anyway, Desert Rose is taking off. Desert Rose, thanks for showing up. It's been wonderful having you. Good to
but
see you. Um, so I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, I need to do something or come up with something like that. I'm not sure the way he did it. I think he tried to explain one time. I think I tried to follow one time how he did it, but I'm not sure. But I am going to try it. And then I'll tell you guys how it went. Who knows?
no,
Maybe the next time you see me, I'll be rich then after I do that.
it's all
Or
about
doing
the
something.
timing and your belief. Also, with your belief, with your belief
So
in the
I
time.
was going to ask you something. You're in Aruba.
Yeah,
How is Aruba? I mean, we're so benighted right now in the United States. How is Aruba different? I mean, do you have a entirely different political system, entirely different? Um,
Yeah, the system, the school system also is different. We're on the Dutch system, and it was that way. We have prime minister, you can say, but Aruba is we rule Aruba rule in its own house now since 1986, but um, the Netherlands has the last say. Aruba still fall under the Kingdom of the Netherlands, so it's a bit different.
so it's its own. It's totally doing its own thing.
Yeah, it's independent because Aruba was on the other Dutch islands, but they weren't treating Aruba good. Let me put it that way. Um, Everything was going there, and Aruba wanted to be their own boss. Let me put it that way. And we broke off the other Dutch islands, and but we're still under the Netherlands. So we're still under the Netherlands.
So, how do
So
you feel about your government? I know this is a strange turn for a numerologist to take, but how do you feel about your government?
government is shit. Yeah, it's so shit. They're not good. They exposed themselves, but in 2025, I think there's an election. Um, yeah, I think 2000, yeah, there's an election. Yeah. But I think before then, something big is gonna happen. Because I was planning also. Now you mentioned that go to build, have my own party and go in the government and to become the president of Aruba and get Aruba in the right direction, you know. But I don't know if that's one of my tasks. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, the government here is shit. Is yeah, corrupt.
Wow, that it really, yeah, I think I want to see it one day, someday, when we're able to travel again. I want to go see it. Um,
Yeah, Aruba is very small, very hot. The atmosphere here is different. Very humid and it's hot. Aruba is only 20, no, 19 miles long.
hot
19
and
miles,
humid.
yes, very hot.
I'm
Also
not that
sun.
fond of humid. I don't mind warm weather, but I'm not fond of humid though. That's one of the reasons why I didn't move to Louisiana.
uh,
I'm kind of glad I didn't now, the way things are going there. Things are
mm,
going kind of weirdly in Louisiana, and although I gotta say, we do have some interesting things. I mean, it is an interesting and beautiful place. The bayous of Louisiana are beautiful, but uh, it gets hot. It gets very hot, very humid, and there are very big predators down in the bayous. And they're no joke. You can't leave your cat or dog out running around alone unless you want to lose them. So they can get eaten pretty easy down there. Matter of fact, um, campers don't realize it. They go down to the beautiful bayou. They fall asleep under a tree and are never seen again.
oh
Very
damn.
easy to, yeah, because they have alligators down there. And,
Yeah, we don't have
oh,
that. We don't have shark problem either. Not much compared to Australia.
oh, that's good.
We don't have
So
shark
at least you
problem.
don't have that. It's like, oh, that's good. You don't have any huge predators that can kill you,
No,
that can eat you. That's good. Yeah, I'm
no.
kind of looking for a nice warm place where it doesn't have any large predators that can eat you and doesn't have too many things that are out to kill you. Like Australia, I was thinking Australia, but Australia has so many things that can kill you. You know,
Oh yeah, yeah. You have to beware which beaches you go to. Also, I don't know with jellyfish and all that. You have jellyfish here in Aruba too, but they're not at the beaches that most people go to. Only with secluded beaches that tourists those doesn't go there. At there, I have encountered like jellyfish. So yeah,
hmm. Oh my
yeah,
gosh, we've been on for nearly 4 hours. I really want, you know what? 4 hours is my limit. We got about 15 minutes left, folks. Anything you want to ask Alex before we're out of here?
Oh yeah, let me do this. Mary. So if Mary is still here, let me know. Then I will do Chloe. I see Chloe is here.
Mary, are
So
you still here?
oh, I see. Hey, Bonucci. Well, lol. Bonucci to you too. That is good evening in my native language, which is
But
Papiamento.
Banachi?
Yes. Bon means good. Nochi is night. So good night. Good evening.
Yeah, that sounds like it would be Bonachi.
It's a bit French. My native language is called Papiamento. It's a mix of Dutch, a bit English, French, Old Portuguese, Old Spanish with Arawak. And that language was came up through the natives that they captured here and the Africans that they try to make a language. They pick words of each other and the masters also own language, and they form a language so they can communicate with each other without the master knowing what they were talking about. So that's how the language came to development, and it was called the language of the resistance. It's only spoken on the ABC Islands and also Cape Verde, an island in front of Africa. They also speak a bit Papiamento, but they have another name for it there. I've talked when I was studying at the university in the Netherlands. I came across students from Cape Verde Island, and I could have talked my native language, and they talked there, and we would understand each other. So that was cool.
Hey, Jim, real nudist. Hi, how you doing? Coming in right at the end here. We're getting ready to close down in a few minutes, but nice to meet you.
Okay. So for
Well, there is, but we're getting ready to close down. And my guest tonight is Alex the Ganja Shaman, Alexander the Ganja Shaman.
yay. Oh yeah, I'm
So
trying to
there is not a StreamYard link open to the public, no, right now. I don't
um
know you, Jim Real Nudist. I don't know who you are. So I'm sorry, but no, you are not getting a link.
if you want
The link is for the guests.
if you want I can give do your number, the one that's in it.
If you want to tell Alex your numbers of your birthday, he can give you a reading.
Yes, numerology.
Mary
Numerology.
is here. Okay, Mary is here. So
Okay,
Mary,
okay, let me do Mary and then Chloe. Okay, Mary. So Mary, you're in in the master number here. So that's the highest vibration of the two. The two is all about partnership, developing patience, slowing down, um, yeah, focus on others. It's partnership, and the 11 is the higher vibration of two. You can say the 11 is the two on steroids. So the 11, the theme for it is patience, love, plus spiritual development. In addition to the core elements of the number 2, you have added intensity related to the master number 11, offering you additional challenges, yet potential benefits are enormous. Along with being a slower, relationship oriented, and emotional year, you'll be presented with opportunities to learn profound spiritual lessons. This can manifest in every way imaginable, from coping with crisis to embracing massive success. This is a time for amazing spiritual insight, investment, advancement in your intuitive ability, and is a love center year for you. So that is for Mary, what Mary is going to this year, and for Mary, what you're going to gonna go next year is the three, and that's what Chloe, being a life path. Oh yeah, and Mary, you're a life path three that I know, and Chloe is a seven. There was a lot of life path seven here tonight. Chloe, you're in a personal year three. So there was a lot of people here. So I see a lot of people are in the personal year three. People learning to express themselves without the fear of what other people might think or say about them. Express the truth, express your truth. So the Chloe this year for you was about self improvement and creativity. This is the year for anything and everything self improvement related. It's all about fun, creativity, and tapping into your expressive emotions. Understand that this can also be a year where you be challenged to work on expressing your emotions clearly and effectively, so you'll be offered plenty of opportunities to practice it. Ultimately, the lesson for the year resides in finding your joy, developing and acting up your creativity, and speaking your truth. Now, that's for Chloe this year. What you've been going through is all about self-expression. And next year, you're going to be in the four energy. And it's all about building, building on your desire. And it's perfect. What do you want to build? What's your desire? Um, where do you see yourself? What do you want to structure? That's going to be the theme for you next year. And being in the eighth anniversary year, it's high. It chances highly that you're going to manifest it real fast with the eighth. And Mary, next year the you're a life path three, and that's all about communicating. And next year you're going to be uh, in a three year after this very spiritual year for you. Next year you're going to be in a three, and the three is like what Chloe is going through this year, self-expressing your on working on your creativity. It's going to be a very social year for you to learn to communicate and express your emotions to
Oh,
people.
okay.
Sorry?
I'm sorry. I was reacting to something in chat. I'm so sorry. Go right ahead.
Um, oh yeah, so no, Mary. Next year you're going to be it's going to be a very social year for you. So what you learn this year is going to be expressing it um, next year. So that was for Mary and Chloe.
Well, I had a feeling about that, so I thought I'd tell him just right out that no, you're not coming in a link. Even if he clicks the link, I still have to let him on the stream in order to for him to talk. So if he were to see a link and click it, I could leave him backstage forever and he wouldn't be able to do anything.
That's true.
You just
So yeah.
sit backstage and stew. So sorry
Yeah.
about that, but you can't come in. I hear you
Oh yeah.
knocking, but you can't come in. Boom, 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 boom. I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. Boom, 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 boom.
Lol.
Anyway,
Yes.
that's
Scott
all.
and Mary. Both of you are a life path three, and Chloe is in a personal year three. Lol. So yes, express yourself. You need to learn to express yourself. Three is a fun year. It's all about fun, creativity, enjoyment, socializing, meeting new people. That's the 3 years. So that,
Um,
yeah, it was a good dream. It's almost, oh well, it's already past the end. Here. Lol. Myself is full of silliness. Oh, that's cool.
uh-oh.
Cheers. Oh yeah, Michelle, can you share my my channel? I'm building on try to build my channel back again. And if Michelle can share it in the chat, because last time you
Oh,
made me
yes. Please share his channel. By golly.
thank.
Doggone. And I forgot to put it in the description. I'm going to have to put it in the description too.
No, it's all good. I'm trying to
I'm
build it
sorry.
up again. I
I'm
lost my
sorry,
channel.
my friend. I hope you have many, 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 many subscribers. And if I can help you with anything, you let me know. You stayed awake this time. I'm so proud of you, Witchy. Hmm. Yeah, we had lots of fun tonight. We had a lot of fun. We even
Yeah.
had a troll. Weirdo troll, whoever
Just know,
that was.
we're all gonna go through a big transformation, and what's gonna happen on Earth is all defined. Work on
Mhm.
self healing. That's the theme for this year: is healing, learning, gathering knowledge. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We were talking about the psychedelic mushroom. This is the perfect year because it's the 7th anniversary year. It's the perfect year to try one of those, which is mushroom, you know, ayahuasca, one of those psychedelics, what you feel called to. Well, just remember the atmosphere where you do it. You have to have a positive atmosphere. And if you do, for example, ayahuasca, you have to do with a person that know what magic mushroom, just have a positive environment, you know. Um, music, turn the phone off so nobody's going to bother you. And if the one that's going to call, tell them you're going to go on an experience, call them back, let them call after 12 hours. Let's
Right.
see. Yeah.
Yeah, don't let them kick you off your cloud. Matter
Yeah.
of fact, I'd say the best time was out in nature.
Oh, yeah. In nature.
Hmm.
If you do, I had a wonderful LSD experience in nature. So to see all the plants with light, everything connected, and it was also the sunset. It was beautiful. Everything was giving light. It was very beautiful.
Nature is beautiful. So, and many strange and wonderful things. Oh, I've got to tell you, that reminds me. And this has been on my mind, but I think I'm gonna make a special video about it. But have any of you guys, I don't remember if I ever told you about the time that I saw somebody turn into a giant. Now you've got to remember I'm psychic, so not everybody would see this, but a giant praying mantis. I saw that.
Oh,
I
thank
think I have mentioned before, I've seen people turn into what they are. Yeah, are there aliens among us? There sure are. Yeah, they are.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure. Thanks, Mary. Thanks, Michelle, for sharing my channel. And
Yeah.
about the mantis beings, yes, I haven't seen one. Like I haven't seen the raptors or the Draco reptilian, but I encountered too much stories that I know they're real. And with the mantis, I know they were against the humans. I don't know now. Well, you have Simon Parks. He communicates. He's one contactee with them. So he's the one he communicates with them. That's the good ones, what I understand. But also in Maui, the island, what I understand, under that island which got hit, under that island, there's also a facility of, I think there's the Dracos there that got hit. And when on so I'm a channel with Max Vision, he did a remote viewing and he saw like insects being under the Maui island. So maybe it can go different level there.
Well, there's more than one. Apparently, there's more than one insectoid being.
Yeah.
There's more than one. Some of them are mantis, some of them are more a different kind of insect, but apparently there's more than one kind. And I don't know why it's coming up, but I keep, and this is why I brought it up. I keep thinking of that incident where I saw a guy turn into a mantis, an 8 foot, at least 8 to 10 foot mantis.
Man, that's a big one.
Oh,
That's
big. It was, I don't know exactly because I was so surprised. It was at least 8 feet tall. At least, I think it was probably 8 feet. My surprise might have made it appear bigger, but he was next to a tree. He was sitting down under a tree and playing a djembe. And he said, um, may I play the djembe for you? You look like the kind of person who would be able to handle the energy. And I said, okay, because, me being me, I'm willing to try new things. And I'm thinking, well, this will be interesting. A guy who's a djembe master. And I watched him play. And as I watched him play, the djembe, his hands, it started with his hands. Because the way you play a djembe is a little different from any other drum. It's more, the movements are a little different. The way you hold your hands a little different. Djembes are a little different. Anyway, to play it properly. Anyway, so I'm watching him because I want to learn this. And first it started with his hands and then it kind of spread to the rest of him. All of a sudden, he's this, I realize he's like this about 8 foot tall mantis. And I'm like, holy smoke. And the hands were going so fast they were just blurring. They were just blurs. And I'm like, holy cow. And you know how manises have their like this? That's how he was playing the drum. And I'm like, I don't know if I can do that. I want to learn to play the djembe. I'm not sure it can turn into a giant mantis being though. And but I'm watching him, and when he gets done, he's a human again. As as he finishes, all of a sudden, zip zam, he's a human. And I'm like, and I could kind of see it. I could kind of see the mantis superimposed over the human. And so I could kind of still see the human in there. Like, it's very hard to explain. But I said, oh man, that was intense. I mean, it felt really like, I'm not sure what was going on. It was like something beating the air. The air felt like it was hitting me. It was almost painful at times. It was very intense, very interesting to watch. I said, "My God, that was intense." And he said, "That's why I asked you if I could do that. I didn't want you to be unprepared. I told you." I said, "Yeah, you turned into a giant praying mantis." He says, "Well, yeah, yeah, that's what happens."
so that
Okay, dude.
that's its
You know,
original form. Original form.
I think so. It's somehow. I guess he says it only happens when he's playing the djembe. And didn't give any more explanation than that.
It has to do with frequency. The
Yeah.
frequency that he was playing, maybe he loosened it up. He went to his original form to the frequency. He stopped playing. He went to his original form.
Oh, when you click your link, it goes to Alex's reptilian vid, and we're just talking about people being different.
Oh
Ah,
yes.
that's interesting. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Yeah, that's yeah. I had that. I upload this. I haven't uploaded in a while. I'm gonna start back uploading back, but not September, maybe October, gonna start uploading that, or maybe before. We'll see with the energy. But I haven't uploaded in a while.
I gotta
Well,
see that one. I really gotta
mm,
see that one. Yeah, we're
yeah,
stepping into the twilight zone. This is a madhouse. Feels like being home.
yeah. I know the reptilians are real. There's talk about it. Different civilization that talk about it. That one is different. Um, so yeah, and there's people encountering them too. And yeah, there's a way that you can see them. Like if you have your third eye fully open, you can see them because some of them portray as humans, but there's a covered frequency that
Yeah.
they're now.
I dated a guy who told me flat out he was a lizard.
Oh,
He just told me that right out. And I said, "Really?" Yeah. He was a very strange man. Not a bad person, not a, I mean, I wasn't afraid of him or anything. He wasn't, I don't think he was a Draco. He wasn't a Draco, but I guess there are terrestrial
yeah.
lizards.
There's
But
different
he
types.
did have absolutely different emotional makeup, and everybody knew it. He was
Oh,
definitely not a human. And but he looked human,
I
but
can
he
see that.
wasn't human.
Yeah, I've encountered a lot of those stories. Like a lot of time. Okay, what I've encountered is that okay, they're humans, portraying as human, but a lot of time they shape shift. There's a lot of people have caught them shape shift. Um, and also during intercourse, during sex, a lot of time they shape shift. That people are like, "What the fuck are you?" and they scream and they go
Yeah,
and
can you imagine that? That's a heck of a time to find out that somebody's not human.
yeah, not
Yeah.
completely. They're for a hybrid type something or another being entity. So yeah, that happens a lot of
Mhm.
times. I've heard during intercourse that they keep shift and people freak out and run away, man or and woman. Yeah.
Another one was a bird person, so the bird people actually do exist. I know people make jokes about the blue chicken cult that Corey Good talks about, but I didn't see blue, that she was blue, but I did see a woman turn into a giant bird. And she's, because I let her see me, I am different. I mean, I am different. If you take a really good look at me, you will see most people. Okay, most people. I don't want to like ruin it for you. If anybody wants to try, you can try it. What I actually look like, but most people, when they catch a glimpse of me, I am kind of a tall, willowy, androgynous looking, humanoid looking person. I look human, just kind of tall and willowy with flaming red hair. So, yeah, that's how most people see me. That's what I actually look like. Apparently, yeah. Uh, so, if you happen to catch a glimpse like that, that's how a lot of people see me. And I guess and I have wings from time to time. I sprout wings now and then. Some people see the wings and some people don't see the wings. So, whatever, I'm not even sure what that is. I mean, I'm not even sure exactly what species that is. Um,
Oh,
I've actually been waiting to find out exactly what species that is that people are seeing. But
oh,
I
there's
have
a
a
big.
feeling I came from somewhere around probably my last time was somewhere around Sirius because the way they describe some of the water worlds on Sirius, uh, around Sirius, that probably was one of them. Probably one of the water worlds because we spend a lot of time in the water but I work at the library, so at what we're calling the library, the halls of Mente. But anyway, I believe they're really the halls of what they're calling the halls of Mente is where I'm actually working. But um, so if you happen to see somebody like that, that might be me. But sometimes I'll see other people too. Hmm. We're all, you know, that's why your voice has the pitch it does. Hmm? Celtic origin, Fae. Fae, yeah, could be. Um, I'm not sure. I'm just thinking, oh, Lady Hawk. You were a Lady Hawk. You were a ladybug? Or here you are in a human meat suit. Yeah, sometimes you wonder.
Yeah, in this reality,
Yeah.
yeah, multiple dimension beings. So
Well,
yeah,
you have to wear what, works for where you are. I mean, I can't wear an amphibious avatar here. It wouldn't work. I mean, you got to figure whatever. I did I ever tell you I went to a bar one time with my friend, and when I was in that state, we'd come out of a meditation, and I noticed that absolutely everybody in the bar was an alien, a different type. It looked like Mos Eisley Cantina almost, but they mostly looked humanoid, but not human. There was not one of them that looked human. And I'm like, that explains everything. My town is populated by freaking aliens, even me. They're populated by Fae uh, and ETs and who knows, Inner Earth and who knows what else. That explains a tremendous amount of schizophrenia diagnoses. This place has more schizophrenia diagnosed people than any place I have ever seen. And I think it's actually just they're just not human, you know. And of course they're not. Of course they're going to be imbalanced here. They're not going to be uh, getting along really easily here. They're going to have problems.
yeah.
So kind of makes sense. So you know, all of these things exist. How do I know this stuff exists? Boy, I've doggone well seen them, and nobody can tell me I haven't seen them. Oh, and the Fae do like me. I might be some kind of anyway, it
Yeah,
doesn't matter, folks. So, you can be real here. I mean, if anybody tries to give you a hard time, I'll just tell them to now sit down and shut up because uh, you've got to be able to you've got to be able to deal with people who are different if you want to be here. Just accept that there's going to be fairies
pa-
and
patience. Patience is key, and you have to have feedback also. Otherwise, it's waste of energy for some people.
mhm. And you might be several other things. You might find that you're actually more than one other thing. That you have more than one lineage. I do. Sometimes I'm actually I have shown up different ways. I guess I ended up being Sarasvati at some point, and at another point, I was one of the Yoruba goddesses.
Mm,
Um, Another point, I was for somebody else. I was a dragon, and another person. For a lot of people, I was an angel. I've been an angel with wings, with actual feathered wings. So
so
go
you have
figure that.
experienced, that's all the ones that you encounter. I'm pretty sure there's more life that you have lived in other reality experience,
Hmm.
although everything is happening at the same time.
Yeah,
Every
we've got to get over this feeling like we're just one thing. We got to get over this over identification with our bodies. We're using our bodies. Our bodies are nice to have. We got to honor the body, but it's just
it's
an
temple.
avatar.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to honor your temple in this reality is what you have in this reality. On the reality you have another temple, to contain your soul in this reality, your
Hmm.
spirit. What I understand where we're going, that where our body is carbon based and it's gonna go to crystalline based.
Yeah,
And when the shift happen, we're gonna be when the other frequency, there's gonna be no sickness, nothing of that, and you can manifest yourself as how you please too, and tap easily to tap yourself in other realities too. So we're having it's gonna be a bumpy ride, but in the end it's gonna be awesome.
yeah. You know what? It'll be interesting when we finally have enough layers come off that everybody starts to see what's really going on. Right now, it's just the psychic people, but we all have these abilities. So that means eventually everybody's going to be able to do this. Everybody's going to be
Yeah,
able to see these things. Everybody's going to be able to experience this kind of stuff. I wonder how the heck they're going to see. My throat chakra is trying to unblock itself because I'm talking about this stuff. Um, Eventually, everybody's going to be able to do this. This is going to be coming in as a trait, as
yeah.
one of our old powers comes back. As the strands get replugged in, as the DNA strands become more plugged in, we're going to have these. And you know what I saw too? Is they have already, I think I mentioned this before, but for anybody who hasn't heard it yet, way back in 12, before 12, I think even, they had found people with five-stranded DNA.
Oh yeah.
And so who knows how far along we are now. There are probably people today with, that are, there might even be people out there with 12-stranded DNA, actually. So, or that are going to have, I mean, we may all end up, when the dust clears, we may all end up in this lifetime with our 12-stranded DNA back, which
I
would
think it's
change
gonna
everything.
yes, I think it's gonna get activated through the solar flash. It will get activated.
Hmm.
Um, because there are children being born that have many codes in their DNA activated already, and these children, they did experiment on these children at UCLA in America, and they injected these children with viruses, AIDS, and cancer cell, and these children
Oh,
weren't.
that was mighty nice of them.
Yeah,
Injected
but
children with all this. Okay,
yes,
go ahead.
and these children weren't affected. They weren't affected by none of it. A quote of this school is that we are close to call this immortality. and you can see the most of those things are man-made low vibration stuff, and the children were vibrated at a higher frequency, so those weren't affecting them. They were too low because they were too high. And now the question is, what if all those the codes in our DNA is activated? What are the possibilities then? And I think with what the solar flash coming in is going to trigger all the other ones to activate.
Well, I was just saying that earlier today that what they have proven is that you can take the eggs of one species, shine a light, a high intensity light, through the DNA of another species into those eggs, and those eggs will come out the species you shone the light through. And you can change, like, um, I forgot what two animals they changed, but they changed one animal's eggs into another animal when they hatched. So it's possible to do that. This tells me that really light carries the codes, just like we're told that the sun is bringing us light codes, and that these light codes are going to change us.
Yes,
So there you go. That's what's going to happen. And it's coming from the great central sun. Suns, they are constantly bathing their planets with light and dust. We are constantly having the sun breathe solar dust onto us. So, of course, that's how it happens. It kid comes from the great central sun, gets shot through our sun beams it out onto Earth, and then all of life changes to conform to those codes.
yes,
Now, what does that mean? Right? That's why, that's probably why most beings have a vaguely humanoid form that are intelligent like us, that, you know, they have like a head and two arms and two legs, most of them, is because those instructions are a code. It also tells me, gosh, that functions a lot like a matrix, doesn't it? Sounds a lot like some kind of a matrix. Okay,
yeah. You can
so
see it with the codes, codes, yeah, codes. The whole matrix is in numbers, so you can see it in codes. And there's a
right.
divine. They shut it off, but what's coming is gonna activate it, reactivate it, because it was deactivated by another being that was playing God, and now Source Self is
Right.
gonna be activating all of it back again. And like you said, there's children being born with three, four, and what you mentioned, five-strand DNA. So if they're yeah, they're high vibration children coming in with already intact. So that's just gonna happen to us too.
Well, that's even just it. It wasn't just people being born with it. You can develop it. There have been people whose DNA strands have changed after traumatic events.
True.
There you go. Something happens and it just changes. It can be very spontaneous. You don't even have to be born that way. So there you go. Okay, I'm going to have to shut it down because I've just had it for the night. I'm getting kind of that loopy feeling, which means it's time for me to go to sleep and get some sleep because it's 2:30, and I'm even almost a half an hour over longer than I wanted to go. But I really want to thank Alex for coming. Man, it's always a good time when you're here. And I want to thank you guys for coming. It's always a good time when you're here. We
Yeah,
always
thank
have a
you.
good time together.
Yeah,
I love
thank you.
y'all.
And we'll see maybe next not yeah, we can see end of September or the beginning of October.
Okay.
Uh, but
I'll get in touch with you over September. We'd like to hear about it. And then we can talk over what happened according to what we were talking about here.
yeah, we can talk. Yeah, well, let's see. September is gonna be. Just expect a lot of things gonna come out. A lot of things gonna be exposed. The energy is gonna be really high. Just
Yep.
work self grounding is very important. And just know everything is happening for the awakening of humanity. And yeah, we'll see the ending of September. It's gonna be very interesting.
Okay.
Shift.
We'll
There's a
set it
shift
up.
happening. Yeah. No, well, thank you, the ocean, and till next time. Thank you, chat. Everybody in the chat.
Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it and really appreciate you. You guys, I love you all. You
Blessings.
you really make my day, night, whatever. Um for a little while I may only be on twice a week. I'm not sure I'll be on 3 times a week all the time, but I'll try to be on at least twice a week and try to, you know, let people know. So, yeah, love is our superpower. You're right. Yes. No, thank you very much. Okay. I will see you again probably tomorrow. But if something happens, because weird things have been happening, then it'll be Wednesday. Okay. And with that, I'm going to say good night. Remember, you're divine. Group hug. Yes.